Hello again, friends. Welcome back to twitch.tv/superberry. And welcome back to Vampire Therapist. It has been a hot minute since we played this game, but just in time for Valentine's Day, Little Bat Games has released a new DLC called Couples Therapy, where, unsurprisingly, our man Sam will use his newfound therapy techniques to help not just singles, but couples as well. Give me just a second here. Tone that down just a touch. Okay. So we've already played through the main story. But since we did, not only has there been the couples therapy DLC was just dropped this week, but they did also add some other stories which are a exploration of the backstory of Andromachos, our vampire therapist mentor. And I would like to get to those, but I think let's start with the new hotness. Let's jump in with couples therapy and see where that takes us. Okay, so we have there's the main therapist, the vampire story. Maybe a little confusing. Otherwise, he's going back and finishing if you haven't already. But you do you. Well, we have finished it. It's been a little bit, but we have finished it. So I feel confident going on.
Good evening, Samuel. I know you are busy packing to go back home to the United States, but I thought you would enjoy one more therapy opportunity before you leave.
Okay, so this is Andromachos, and then this is Sam Walls. This is our character, the vampire cowboy murderer turned vampire cowboy therapist to other vampires.
Oh, sure thing, boss. I'm finding this therapy stuff real fulfilling, and I think I'm pretty good at it. No need to disqualify the positive.
That's good. He had an issue with that earlier.
You have faced the embodiment of lust, a furious mother, a fallen angel, a vampire from the ancient world, and even a child actor. I would say your pride is well earned.
Well, see, that was Lord Lyritus. That was a Signora d'Este. Well, see, that was Medi, and then that was what's his that the I've forgotten the actor's name. Anyway.
Well, thank you kindly, Andy. So what do we got tonight? A fascist dictator, a forgotten goddess, the head of the Illuminati.
Ooh, that would be spicy.
Nothing so grand, but infinitely more complex. Tonight, you will tend to a couple.
Ooh.
When one does not die, relationship problems tend to fester terribly. Most vampire breakups end with a stake in the heart, but perhaps you can prevent this.
Oh wow, that is kind of harsh. You can't just go your separate way. I guess when they say "till death do you part," it takes a different turn in unlife.
Here, take a look at their intake form.
Okay. So we have A. Momoro and R. Hushmanzada. 268 and 71, sort of a December-May relationship maybe. Revolutionary France and Iran. So this pair of vampires requested therapeutic help in resolving domestic disputes. Curiously, they were both killed after respective revolutions in their countries. That would explain the age gap. They have expressed difficulties in communication, a common thread in vampires with large age gaps. This pair has 197 years between them. In his V-mail, M. Momoro expressed that his partner had, quote, difficulty with criticism and, quote, excessive defensiveness. Suggestion, keep contempt out of the room.
Good-looking pair, I'll give them that.
Physical attraction is a quick way to form an intense bond, but reality rears its head quite quickly.
There's a pretty big age difference. Probably causes some problems too.
We got like an 18th, 17th, 18th century outlook versus a 20th century outlook.
Sometimes. Crimson and I often do not understand each other's references, but we see them as opportunities to learn. The important thing is to remember that we are all individuals. With this in mind, what do you think is the most common distortion couples face?
Ooh, okay. So, personalization, so mind reading or emotional reasoning. I mean, those are all pretty plausible. Like emotional reasoning, like taking letting your emotion guide your thinking. Mind reading, trying to assume, maybe like assuming that to know the other person's inner thoughts or personalization. Okay, if it's issues with communication, I'm gonna say mind reading.
It's got to be mind reading. It's the most exciting and the most terrifying thing about being with another person. We can't ever know their minds for certain.
That's right, Samuel.
Ooh,
Time
NATO.
spent together can make a couple believe that they can read each other's minds, but this is an illusion. You may pick some other distortions you think a couple is likely to exhibit.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh, and I can't. I don't have access to my notes. Okay, because I think the last time I touched this was in August, so we might be kind of flying, not flying blind, but going off of some rather foggy information. Okay, disqualifying the positives, like just deflecting compliments. I don't think that's going to be an issue. So it said excessive defensiveness. So yeah, I think emotional reasoning is probably going to be in there. Catastrophizing, possibly. Probably Nosferatu. They kind of black and white thinking, all or nothing thinking. I think what Sam Initial called high noon thinking. And well, blaming is certainly a possibility. Or should statements are, yeah, should statements are like an evergreen, I think. Now, then, again, there's going to be more. If this functions like the base game does, there's going to be way more. There'll be more distortions than we have slots to pick them out. But we do the best we can with what we have.
I think I've got some good ones here.
I am certain they will all manifest themselves, my friend. Good luck tonight. I am eager to see how you work with these two.
Okay, on that note, let me remind myself. Okay, yeah. So we do have Nosferatu thinking. Yeah. So it's so thinking in extremes, ignoring all the in betweens. Should statements. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Really, what is personalization? Oh, wrongly linking external events to ourselves. We're gonna say there's no definite link. Okay, we might go back to that one. Emotional reasoning. So emotional reasoning is when we project our feelings onto the world, right? And then see, blaming is the opposite of personalization. Instead of everything about us. So we don't want to admit we have some control, so just point the finger at something else. Mind reading, yeah. Assuming we know someone else's thoughts. And catastrophizing, yeah, expecting disaster from the smallest issues. Okay.
All right, I think I'm ready. Here they come.
Bonsoir.
Okay, so this is Momo. Yes, that is
Salam.
and that's Reza. Well, what? Yeah, Reza's got his arms crossed already, so that's not a good sign. And Momo is, well, one, that jacket is fantastic. You know, I like the pastels, the little blue flourishes. I don't love the smoking, but I guess if you're undead, I mean, who cares, right?
Well, howdy. Nice to meet you two fellers. Glad I could squeeze you in.
Very kind of you to find time for us.
Yes, I want to fix everything. Come on, let's go. Let's get started. I'm ready to do the work.
Okay. Reza is very motivated.
It's good to hear you're raring to go, partner, but let's think of this less as fixing and more about helping you folks understand yourselves better.
Come now, mon amour. You have all the time in the world. I swear, you forget you are dead sometimes.
I'm not dead.
Well, I mean, he's kind of right. Also, kind of not right.
Undead, mon chaton, I know. I'm so sorry, mon ami du Far West. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Antoine Francois Momoro, but call me Momo.
Antoine Francois. Okay.
And I am Reza Hushmanzadeh.
Okay, Hushmanzadeh. Okay. Okay, I kind of whiffed that pronunciation the first time. Hushmanzadeh. We'll call him Reza.
Well, howdy, Momo. Mighty fine meeting you, Mr.
No, huge man Sade. No, Hushmanzadeh.
Hushmanzadeh?
Oh, so close.
Yes, very close.
Well, I'm glad I got it. Sometimes people think I can't get these foreign things right on account of this hat of mine, but I do my best. So, what's bringing you two to my window?
I simply asked Reza for a little more living space. I asked him to move to the other side of my castle, and this made him quite upset.
Okay, why would you do that?
You got a castle?
Do you not have a castle?
Can you imagine a cowboy in a castle? That just wouldn't seem right.
I know we vampires can get the castle mania, but I'm not sure why I'd need one myself.
Castlemania. I see what you did there.
So you could banish your boyfriend to the other side of it, of course.
It's the other side of a castle. You can walk, can't you?
Okay, so I get back to why did you ask him to go to the other side of the castle?
He wishes it were a bigger castle so I could be farther away.
Mind reading.
Hold your horses there. I'm sensing some feelings here. I know once we get them emotions up, we're shooting cognitive distortions all over the place.
Sam, don't use jargon.
Oh, sorry. I probably shouldn't come out of the gate and use terms like cognitive distortions.
There we go. See, our man's learning.
That's all right. I know them already.
I know them too.
Well, shucks, that just makes this a whole lot easier. Now, Reza, what'd you say about Momo wanting a bigger castle?
He wants a bigger castle so he can banish me further.
Okay, yeah, that seems like textbook mind reading. You don't know that.
Reza, how do you know Momo here wants you even farther away? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he told me by banishing me.
No, that's not the same thing.
Well, why don't we let Momo here speak for himself and see if he thinks that?
I don't want you farther away, Reza. I just need more time to myself.
Momo's saying he wants space, not to banish you, Reza. You might have been reading his mind some.
Or trying to.
I'm just angry. I get worked up when I know he doesn't respect me.
Okay, so that sounds like emotional reasoning, but at the same time, you know he doesn't respect you. Again, that seems like mind reading.
Partner, Momo's the only one here who knows if he respects you or not. How do you know that, Reza? You might be doing a little mind reading here, or you might be thinking you're always right without evidence.
Oh, okay, that could have been either or.
Oh, well, I know that can't be. I'm never right about anything.
Okay, no, see, that's not catastrophizing?
So, why are you saying Momo doesn't respect you?
He talks to me like I'm a child. All the time he tells me how innocent I am and how I'll cool down when I'm older.
Age can be a touchy subject among us undead folks. How old are you, Reza?
I'm 71 years old. I'm not a bachelor.
But you are a baby, mon chaton. So am I. And you, cowboy? I'd say you are a bit younger than I am.
Oh, yep, born 1801.
So, if this is modern day 224 years old?
So you see, we are all babies. Let us cry together.
You know any babies who cry like that? I'm not sure.
You see what I have to deal with?
Momo, it seems as if Reza doesn't like being called a baby.
So maybe knock it off.
He should not be so sensitive. Being called a baby wouldn't bother me.
Okay, no, see that. Okay, that's. I'm gonna go with should because there's a. Well, why shouldn't he be so sensitive? If he doesn't like it, you'll knock it off. If you're gonna be a considerate partner.
Come on, compadre. Maybe we're all babies, but I think you're old enough to know that your should don't apply to everyone. People are gonna feel the way they feel. You can't control that. Doesn't matter how right your should seem to you.
Yes, that is certainly so. You cannot force another to see the truth, not even at the end of a bayonet.
Well, they'll say anything just to make the bayonet go away, right? So, Momo, what triggered this desire for more space?
Well, finally, we're getting to a root cause.
Nothing to do with Reza. I simply accept that the era of feudalism has ended.
Meaning?
First of all, we must examine this notion that a couple must live together.
Okay, I mean, there is something to that. I mean, yeah, it would be more convenient to cohabitate, but you don't have to.
Under the feudal system, of course, it makes sense. The family must tend to the land and hearth and ensure the lord gets his due. But couples live together out of necessity, oui?
Not only out of necessity.
It is no longer the 18th century. We are allowed the leisure and peace that the aristocracy has always enjoyed. And that includes peace from one another, n'est-ce pas?
You think you deserve what the aristocracy has because you are an aristocrat now. You're not a common man.
Okay, that's okay. That's gonna be labeling, but I didn't pick that one.
I'm sensing there's some deeper conflict here.
Only the oldest conflict, mon ami. I am afraid my dear boy Reza has taken my words a little too seriously. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. I wrote these words as a mortal, believing that we could wipe away the class system entirely, and that all humankind could respect one another.
How's that working out for you?
And then you gave up. The French Revolution accomplished nothing. I plan to accomplish something in my country.
Okay. So it could be mind reading, assuming it gave up. The French Revolution accomplished nothing. Debatable. Would that be catastrophizing? Or Nosferatu thinking? No, Nosferatu thinking is more like an if-then. I'm going to focus on then you gave up. Okay, no.
Unless my memory fails me, the French Revolution sparked massive change in Europe, even if it did not achieve its goals permanently.
Right. So then that would be catastrophizing?
And then you gave up. The French Revolution...
Unless my memory
No.
fails me, the French Revolution...
And then you gave up. The French
Unless my memory fails me,
And then you...
Well, say, I ain't that educated
Oops.
a man myself, but I know a revolution ain't ever a minor business. Even if the French Revolution didn't achieve everything its people wanted, you can't say it did nothing at all.
I mean, at the very least, there were several heads that were no longer attached to bodies.
You might even be diminishing the sacrifices of the people who fought and died.
Clearly, Reza thinks that it is nothing that they cut off my fucking head.
How did it get back on, then?
They killed me too. You don't see me giving up.
Because you haven't figured it out yet. The only way you will finish your revolution is if you kill every aristocrat, their children and their children's children.
Okay, that's... don't know about that.
And it is not enough to kill all the aristocrats. You have to kill even the memory of aristocracy. And that you cannot do.
That's where you're wrong.
You're such a child.
See, here we go again.
And you are such a sellout.
Yeah, name calling. Name calling? Labeling? I forget which. Labeling, okay. But same thing.
I'm starting to wonder if you two are even dead, your blood is so hot. I sure as shit hope there's something you appreciate about each other.
Of course there is. I adore Reza.
And I love Momo. I want things to be the way they used to be.
See, that's the softest he's looked since he came in here.
Well, Momo, why don't you start? Tell me what drew you to Reza.
Well, first of all, look at him. I'm too old to deny that physical attractiveness is part of his appeal. His Persian disco music clothing tastes are unfortunate, but it is exciting to see a little displayed masculinity. But beyond that, he is so passionate. His blood is cold, but he's all fire inside. He reminds me of myself in my youth. He sees a new reality, and he wishes to bring it into existence through sheer force of will. He is inspiring.
Well, that's beautiful, Momo. It's easy to fall for someone who fights for the impossible. What about you, Reza? What drew you to Momo?
I was obsessed with Momo before I even knew him.
I read about Antoine Francois Momo back in university.
Oh, a little bit of celebrity worship here.
Through his published works, he was my teacher. We could not have started our revolution without studying him. He knew how to unite the classes against their oppressors. That is genius.
Well, I'm glad to hear all these positives. Reza, Momo said you were inspiring. Sounds to me like he does respect you.
Fine, maybe he does respect me. But it's clearly my fault he doesn't want me around.
Okay, so... Okay, I don't think this mind reading now. It's clearly my fault he doesn't want me around.
Reza sees himself as the cause of Momo's behavior. Most curious, wouldn't you say?
Okay, well, yeah, it's not if then, it's not should. Maybe it is mind
Fine,
reading.
maybe he does respect me. But it's...
Buckaroo, you are making this all about you. Now, if Momo wants some space, that's up to Momo. Momo's got his own needs, and they might not have much to do with you.
But we were fine before. Why am I not good enough for him now?
Were you fine before, though?
Hombre, you gotta hear me. It ain't always about you. You could be the sexiest vampire on this earth, and even then, you couldn't expect to be wanted all the time.
Mon chaton, you are being dramatic. Why are you afraid of a little space?
You won't be interested in me anymore. You just want me farther and farther away, and eventually you'll want me gone.
I think that's mind reading / like kind of forecasting the worst.
Compadre, you are jumping straight to the worst possible ending here. Has Momo suggested that he's done with you? There are always going to be question marks in a relationship. You don't know where this thing's going to go, but you're filling in the blanks with doom and gloom.
What I do know is that Momo always used to be happy to be around me, and now he's not.
Reza, I love you. What is that phrase you taught me? Jigareto Bokaram?
Oh, what's that mean?
It means I want to eat his liver.
Complimentary, I assume?
Oh, shit, I thought the goths here were kinky.
I don't want to literally eat his liver. It is, how you say, cute aggression? As in, I find him so irresistible, I wish to eat his liver. It's a lovely sentiment.
Oh, so it's not like not a Prometheus situation. I see.
But Reza, petite souris, you care so much. But you do not understand. I can care for you, but have my own concerns. I do not wish to be with you all the time, and you cannot force me to. Just as you cannot force your people to revolt. These are inevitabilities you must accept.
Okay. Inevitabilities is that inevitabilities you must accept. That bit sticks out to me. Well, we know he can't force him to. That much is accurate. You can't force your people to revolt. I mean, yeah, probably also accurate. But the thing is, it's inevitable. Remind myself, what? Expecting disaster from the smallest issue, because that is not catastrophizing. So we would project our feeling. Yeah, so this might be emotional reasoning. Or not.
This is a strange supposition for Momo to make. He surely shaped his own country's revolution, even if not entirely.
I do not wish to be with you all the time, and you cannot force me to. Just as you cannot force your people to revolt. These are inevitabilities you must accept.
This is a strange supposition.
I do not wish to be with...
Momo, you said yourself that the thing that drew you to Reza here was his passion. Don't go shutting him down by telling him he can't have an effect on anything. He can't take control of history, but he can make a difference, just like you did.
Perhaps I misspoke. That was not my intention. Clearly, we have both caused this stir in our own nations. They would not have killed us otherwise. It is simplistic to think revolution is ever truly complete. Look at the word itself. Revolution.
Okay, so now, okay. Oh, so I can see, yeah, so, no, it's either, so that was, yeah, there was either, yeah, there was some either or in there. Also, simplistic thing, evolutionary complete, yeah, there's not a Maoism, or a Maoist, kind of distortion, but if there was, we drop it right there.
It is literally circular. France is now in its fifth republic. Authoritarianism rises, then the people get their turn. Authoritarianism rises once more, and the people rise again.
You once believed in progress for all.
Dear Reza thinks too highly of me. I coined this phrase in error. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberty, equality, and brotherhood. Liberté and égalité can be achieved by the gun and the bayonet. But achieving fraternité, c'est impossible, because the upper classes cannot relate to those they hold dominion over. So the revolution, the cycle of war, shall never end.
Okay. Assumes the upper classes cannot relate to those below them, quote unquote. That's very much mind reading. Or not?
The certainty with which Momo speaks is more befitting of a vampire 10 times his age, I think.
Liberté and égalité.
I think I want to challenge you there, Momo.
Oh? This should be good.
There is something exceptional about us vampires. We don't die. My mentor, Andy, he's older than feudalism. We wouldn't recognize people from his time, and I reckon folks 2,000 years from now won't recognize us. If Reza's patient, heck, maybe he'll see the kind of future he wants to see.
I was not expecting this argument. Yes, I concede. Perhaps in 2,000 years, or maybe 10,000, class will achieve some sort of irrelevancy on a new planet. But such a distant future is hardly worth thinking about.
Why? I mean, for us mere mortals, maybe, but for vampires, come on now.
I refuse to believe that we died for nothing. Momo can wait forever for things to get better, but that is disrespectful to our comrades. Do you know that in my country it is illegal to be gay? That we have a morality police that forces people to act and dress as they dictate? It is not fair for future generations to have freedom when this generation must suffer. I died to make a difference.
Okay, yeah, there's a fairness fallacy. Yeah, fairness fallacy. We didn't pick that one, obviously.
Both of you are trying to tell me that I fought and died for nothing.
No, that's not what we're doing.
We are doing nothing like that. You see threats everywhere, mon petit chaton. Does your mind never know peace?
And you don't worry enough. You think I'm just an irrational child. You think my ideas are pointless.
Both of you are going right back to the mind reading again.
Exactly.
Look, we gotta sort out where the truth is here, and something tells me we ain't gonna do it while we're all here in the same room. I'd like to talk to you two by your lonesome, so I know where you both are coming from. Does that sound good?
I don't want to stretch this out forever.
Reza, dear, you forget we are dead. Have patience. Cowboy, I think this is an excellent idea.
Well, why don't we start with you then? You can come visit next week, and then I can talk to Reza the week after. The same time work for you?
Yes, I am not busy.
All right. Now, Reza, you can hold on, right? I hope you two can schedule a nice date one of these evenings.
If Momo wants one.
Of course I want one, petit chouchou. We'll discuss it when we get home to our castle. Merci beaucoup, thérapeute. À la semaine prochaine.
Next week.
You are fascinating to observe, my friend. You have a keen sense of when to cut in and when to let someone speak.
Heck, they showed me when to cut in pretty quickly. Them two are real good at getting on each other's nerves.
Long-term relationships are difficult for the undead. If you think the 7-year itch is bad, imagine a 700-year itch.
I'm gonna say it's maybe 100 times worse.
Have you been in a relationship that long, Chief?
No, my longest was about 400 years. We were more than ready to kill each other, and indeed, that is exactly what happened. In retrospect, he wasn't that bad. I simply could not stand his constant hissing at me.
Were you dating Serpentor?
But I am optimistic that you can prevent these two from suffering a similar fate.
I hope so. Them two are exhausting already.
Why not go for a walk? It is a fine night out. I believe the mortals of the city are engaged in some sort of celebration. Perhaps you can see what has them so excited.
Well, that's a fine idea, Andy. You have a good night.
Oh, I plan on it. I must appreciate Crimson's fine ass as much as I can before she leaves for the United States.
No details needed. I'll get walking.
Rest in peace, my friend.
There's our Sam. As uncomfortable as ever with anything even remotely sensual.
Sure It's a fine evening. Mortals seem to be riled up about something. I can hear a lot of noise out there.
Okay, session 1, Momo and Reza. Tarnation, that was a rough one. I'm sensing a heck of a lot of issues with these two. Reza feels attacked all the time by both Momo and me. Momo is real dismissive of Reza. Both them two are mind reading like their unlives depend on him. Momo's attracted to Reza's looks and spirit. Reza's attracted to Momo's brain. They're name calling. I think Andy warned me about it. Contempt. Okay, so next time around we need to put labeling in there as well. I'm looking forward to getting Momo's side of the story next week. It's real tough knowing when to interrupt them when the two of them are arguing.
Oh, hey, Bert. You know what's going on out there?
Ooh, Bachfest. There's a Bachfest Leap, Herbst 2024 in Leipzig.
Oh, really?
Grunts explainingly.
Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. Oh, I see. Well, let me get this straight.
A little vampire's fallen down the well. Rabbit season has been. Well, no. It's Bach. I mean, he's. Obviously, our man Bert is a huge classical music nerd.
And he's baked a hot blood pie and he's left it right on the windowsill for us, hasn't he? You distract him and I'll go grab it. What? Is that not it?
Yeah, Bachfest, Leipzig. Music von Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, what's this? Bach festival? People are really into Bach here. I never went in for that classical stuff.
Oh my God! If I couldn't, I thought I couldn't love Bert anymore.
It's too many notes for the likes of me. All right. Don't go reaching for your pitchfork. Maybe I'll go downtown and listen. Jeez, I guess I hit a sore spot. I'll head into the city and see if I can't find out what the deal is with this Bach fella. Oh, well, butter my biscuits. I think that's the man himself.
Yeah, fingers crossed the Bach doesn't give me a copyright strike on YouTube, but oh well.
Johann Sebastian Bach. Doesn't look like a fella I'd drink a beer with.
Well, why not?
What are you talking about, cowboy? Bach is the coolest.
Okay, that's. Did the Goths get a makeover? Because I like it. The pastels are so in.
Oh, sorry. Didn't realize I was talking to myself. You gotta admit, though, Phil looks like his dog left him a present on the couch.
What are you talking about? Bach is the man.
Yeah, a real man.
Oh, yeah, I would fuck him.
We just got out the Bach concert. They played all the hits.
I hope that wasn't Bert.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, what the hell was that?
Der Bachhasser.
Der Bachhasser.
Der Bachhasser.
Bachhasser?
It means the Bach hater.
There is no such thing as a Bach hater. Everyone loved Bach.
Oh God. Play the triplets showing up with Jesu Joy of Man's Desiring playing in the background. Okay. I don't know if that was intentional, but oh my God, I love it. I love it so much. I'm nerding out so hard right now.
I would fuck him.
Yeah, I picked up on that the first time. Is there someone out there who might have a bone to pick with Bach?
Dude, Bach is dead.
Wow, Bach is life, bro.
Why would anyone alive have a problem with the greatest musician of all time?
Maybe they ain't alive.
Whoa, that is deep.
Maybe this is one of our kind in need of help. I ought to track them down. I'll ask these kids some questions.
Okay. Has anyone seen the screamer? When does this happen? Or why would anyone bother? Okay, that's rude. So has anyone seen this screamer?
Has anyone ever seen the screamer?
There is a legend that a ghost haunts the streets of Leipzig.
I heard it was a giant rat.
Wearing a hat. It was definitely wearing a hat.
Okay, so they're all toked up while listening to the Bach. Okay, whatever works for you.
Ooh, where's that hat?
I'm just gonna fade into the darkness here.
So when does the scream usually happen?
So when does this scream happen?
When Bach's spirit is pleased.
Then der Bachhasser is one of our music god's most famous pieces.
A total loser.
A rude person.
Hey, labeling is a pretty rude thing to do, you know.
Sam, using jargon.
Maybe someone had a legitimate beef with Bach. I'm sure he wasn't all good.
Shh. He didn't mean it.
Why would anyone hate Bach?
Maybe they don't like Lutherans.
It's because they hate music and our freedom.
They don't like Bach because they hate your freedom?
I think it must be another composer.
Ooh, there's an idea.
Richard Wagner was here.
Oh no! If it was Wagner, there would be no doubt who it was. That
Oh, the poser.
The Nazi.
The Nazi poser.
Being a Nazi poser is the worst.
I mean, no lies detected there.
I agree.
I think I've got some idea of what might be going on here. Potentially.
Yeah? Are you going to hunt down their Bachhasser cowboy?
I was thinking about it. Sounds like a soul in trouble if I ever heard one. Based on what you told me, I think I can piece together the real story. Not everything these kids said makes sense. I better get this right or we'll be here all night.
Okay, it's a ghost, it's a giant rat, or it's something wearing a hat. Well, probably not a giant rat. We have vampires. Do we have ghosts? Or is it something wearing a hat? I mean, Sam here's wearing a hat. I don't know.
It's something wearing a hat.
Who screams at the cost of schnitzel? Who screams at Bach's, or screams when Bach's soul is happy?
Who screams when Bach's soul is happy?
And hates Bach because they're a poser and resents Bach, and resents Bach?
And resents Bach.
So, what you're saying is...
The screamer is wearing a hat.
Who cannot stand Bach's joy?
Because they resent a classical music god.
How would the streamer know if Bach's soul is unhappy?
And what is a soul?
Can you hate Bach and have a soul?
Oh, I guess those are pretty good questions.
This does not make logic. I was hoping you would be a cowboy detective.
Oh, yeah. That would be cool.
We got an achievement there. Misidentify a malcontent.
Not as cool as Bach.
Obviously.
Maybe I better guess again.
Okay. Well, they didn't say anything about wearing a hat.
It's something wearing a hat.
Okay. So, we don't know about that. So, screams at Bach's popular music.
Who screams at Bach's popular music?
And
is it?
So,
The screamer.
who is...
Because Because
Why would someone scream at existential reason?
no one can claim Bach's throne.
It is true. It is pointless to be a poser. This does not make logic.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I better guess again.
Okay, so it's not that. So yeah, they haven't said anything about wearing a hat.
It's something wearing a hat. Who screams at the cost of schnitzel. And they hate our freedom.
So,
The screamer.
who is upset?
Because they hate our.
I also will at the cost of schnitzel today.
There's no reason to be sad, man. Vegan schnitzel is worth it at any cost.
Okay, I'll take your word for it there.
You are right. I do not think the demon fears Schnitzel.
They hate our freedom.
Freedom to do what?
Freedom to love. Freedom to love the greatest composer who ever lived.
Nothing can stop that.
Then it must be wrong.
This does not make logic.
Oh,
Obvious.
Maybe I better guess again.
Okay, we're kind of grinding things to a halt here with some characters I'd really rather not be around. Okay, let's try something else.
It's a ghost. Who screams when Bach's soul is happy. And resents Bach.
So,
the screamer.
who can...
Because they.
Go.
Oh, I wish.
We all know you would. How would this...
And for.
Can you hate Bach?
Oh, I guess those.
This does not make...
Oh,
Maybe I better guess again.
Okay, so I guess we've locked down that the hat is the way to go.
It's something wearing a hat.
So it's not Schnitzel. And how would they know when Bach's soul is happy? So it's wearing a hat, screams at Bach's popular music.
Who screams at Bach's popular music.
So hat, popular music, and they hate Bach because they're a poser. They resent Bach, or they hate her. I feel like I've tried all of these and none of them have worked. Maybe we'll try process of elimination, I guess. So hat, popular music, poser.
It's a total.
So,
this.
who is...
Because
Why would...
Existential angst.
The reason...
no one can.
It is true. This does not make logic.
Oh,
God dang
Maybe I
it.
better guess again. It's something wearing a hat. Who screams at Bach's popular music and resents.
So,
this.
who...
Big.
That sounds most logical.
Okay, there we go.
You must find the Bachhasser.
So wearing a hat, screams at Bach's popular music and resents Bach.
And capture them.
Yeah, like the rat they are.
We already agreed it is not a rat.
We never brought up the rat. We never did that.
Hold your horses there. I don't have to do a damn thing. I hope I can help this creature, but not because I should. I just want to.
Hammer.
Empathy. It's so hot.
Yeah, super hot. Like Bach hot.
I ain't ready to go on the hunt just yet. I've got some resting to do. I'm sure this ghost of Leipzig can wait.
He usually disappears when the festival ends. I hope you catch him, cowboy.
Yo, wanna get fucked up and listen to the Goldberg variations?
Oh, fuck yeah.
We hope you find their Bachhasser, cowboy. Bach on.
You Bach on too. Tarnation, this city really goes all out for Bach. Let's meet someone out there real sore.
Okay. All right. See, I can't remember there being a point in the base game where things would grind to a halt. Thus, but again, it has been like 6 months. Yeah, so maybe I just blocked that bit out.
Well, I can't help anyone without rest. They can wait a little longer. I'll best get home to my coffin. Well, see you next time, Leipzig.
Okay, I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, I'm tickled pink with like the triplets and the Jesu joy of man's desiring,
Samuel, have you been enjoying your adventures in Leipzig?
and just the overall Bach mania is delightful. But I don't know. Anyway, okay, so it's a jump from. Okay, so we jump to October 2024. Okay, so let's see. So seems like my last month in Leipzig ain't gonna be boring. I started giving therapy to a couple, and whoo boy, they're letting the insults fly. Turns out Bert is a big classical music fan. I wouldn't have guessed, but it seems like everyone in Leipzig loves Johann Sebastian Bach. I went downtown and saw a Bach statue near the St. Thomas Church. He didn't seem too pleased to see me. Seems someone else ain't too pleased with him either. Apparently, there's a ghost haunting the town who's real mad at Bach called the Bachhasser. Something tells me there's a vampire who needs my help. I'd sure like to find him.
Yeah, I suppose so. Folks seem to be in good spirits. They really like this Bach fella.
You don't like Bach?
Oh, careful, Sam.
Nah, I guess it ain't my style. Kinda showy, ain't it, with all them notes and all?
Perhaps you needed to be a part of the zeitgeist. It is hard to express what Bach mania was like in the 1730s. The screaming of teenage girls was unbearable. They would faint when they even caught a glimpse of the man. I favor his later works, however, even if they were more experimental. Perhaps you just need to hear it live.
Yeah, maybe.
So, you are seeing our revolutionary Frenchman tonight, yes?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him alone. Reza seemed pretty quick to offend. This might be a more peaceful session.
Peaceful, but probably more dismissive.
I certainly hope so. From the last session, what cognitive distortion of Momo's do you think gets in the way of his relationship?
Okay, well, it's definitely not disqualifying the positive, because that didn't come up at all. Mind reading came up a lot, but that was more with Reza. I'm going to say always right.
He's being always right, ain't he? Seems like a smart fellow who's lived through a lot, but he doesn't know everything.
Excellent, Samuel. I knew you would recognize this pattern. What other distortions would you like to have in mind tonight?
Okay, labeling, definitely. That came up a lot. We'll put some should statements in there. We had some notes for Ratu thinking. And, yeah, we should probably stick... Do we want to stick mind reading in there? Yeah. Because that did still happen. But yeah, I think we missed several opportunities for labeling. But anyway, I don't know for sure, but I don't think our... as long as we have some of the chosen one, because yeah, the Always Res is locked in, but I think the more we have that show up, I guess the more flavorful the session.
Well, let's go with these.
Very well, my friend. Let us see what Momo has to reveal tonight.
Bonsoir, mon ami américain.
Bonsoir. Good seeing you again, Momo. How are you tonight?
What a question. How am I? I am dead. I am much the same as I was last night, and I expect I shall be the same tomorrow.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
I was just exchanging pleasantries.
You do not have to do this. Death makes us free men, does it not? Let us not be bound by mortal society's expectations.
Well, I like pleasantries.
Oh, come now. You are simply bound by an outdated social contract that dictates how we must greet each other. It is a form of oppression I know well. It is my field of study, after all.
Feels like we're leaning into always being right.
Compadre, only I get to decide how I feel about pleasantries, and I reckon this idea about oppression is your own. What's wrong with being polite anyway? We're all living on this planet together.
And how does it improve our relationship if we waste several minutes talking about the weather or what sort of television we're watching?
Establishes a baseline of, familiarity, maybe?
We can talk about anything at all, and we choose to say, howdy, nice weather we are having. We are intelligent, introspective beings. Let us not talk of things. Let us talk of ideas. Let us speak with purpose.
If that's what'll work best for you, amigo, sure, let's talk plain. What's going on with you and Reza, really? It seems his feelings are pretty hurt.
Yes, well, it is a relief to meet alone. He's so emotional. It's charming in its own way, but it is also exhausting. I remember what it was like to be him, to believe that I could construct a new world order. He is a sweet-hearted fool, much as I was. One cannot make others listen to reason. They must find it on their own.
Okay, calling him a fool, that definitely that's some labeling right there.
Hombre, I think you're right on the money. Folks do have to find their way, but it ain't foolish to have hope. Part of the reason Reza gets so upset is because you're labeling him. Maybe you're comfortable with labeling yourself, but you don't get to decide how he feels about it.
I am trying to teach him what we already know as older men. There is no reason for him to throw himself at his enemies over and over again.
I get that, but didn't you just say that folks have to find their own way? Is calling them fools the right way to do that?
I hope he develops some thicker skin. But I suppose I can lighten my words a little.
You suppose?
I like that he is a freedom fighter, you know. In France, we value freedom more highly than anything else.
I questioned that.
Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe we should have called French fries freedom fries, huh?
Sam, too soon.
Mon ami, your politicians did exactly this thing. I found it quite a compliment. Of course, I cannot eat a potato, but I appreciated the sentiment. I love that Reza wants freedom, but he does not understand yet that his war is unwinnable. I'm simply trying to help him avoid frustration.
So look, we don't have a jump to conclusions, Matt.
Why are you saying his war is unwinnable?
Thank you, Sam.
Because he is naive. He is a communist, you know, the sweet boy. He truly believes in the collective because he does not understand that there will never be a collective.
Okay, and that is very much.
I made the same mistake in life myself. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. But fraternité, c'est impossible. The privileged first and second estates shall never have common cause with the lower classes, and they can never be eliminated either.
Okay, so I mean, it's assuming they can, but I think this is more Nosferatu thing. Very, very black and white.
Compadre, I ain't sure I understand all this estate stuff you're talking about, but what I do understand is a heck of a lot of extremes. Impossible and never are pretty extreme descriptions. I've seen a hell of a lot of shit while walking in nature I used to think could never happen.
You believe I am using the polar thinking cognitive distortion, yes?
Nosferatu thinking, thank you.
Oh, well, I like to call it Nosferatu thinking.
Cute. Very well, Nosferatu thinking. We know that Nosferatu thinking does not apply when there is a true binary, though, yes? I will amend my statement. In our current form, humanity cannot merge its clergy, landowners, and commoners. Brotherhood, fraternité, it is pure comedy.
See, that's not what you said, though.
The comedy, of course, is that Louis says, Reza, and even I all believe the same fiction right to the grave. We cannot eliminate the classes. No one created the ancien regime that separated lords and peasants. It was inevitable.
Yeah, that can be a strong disagree for me.
Maybe you'd better explain this funny French stuff to me. Let me ask you some questions.
Okay, yeah, we'll just work our way down. So these estates, because I know, like they said, the first and the second estates. I think isn't like the media, like is it the third estate or fourth estate?
Hold on. You keep mentioning these estates like I have any earthly clue what they are. You gotta slow down there, hombre.
It's simple. The estate was the official hierarchy of French society before the Revolution, the time of peasants and kings. The first estate was the clergy. The second estate, the aristocracy. The church and the king and lords. Both of these estates paid no taxes and owned much of the country. They were both rulers and owners.
Okay. So clergy, aristocracy.
The third estate was literally everyone else.
Oh, okay.
The ruled class, the tax-paying class.
So maybe media was the fourth estate?
When the king called the estates together, the third estate had but a single vote to represent the people.
Well, wait a minute, that's bullpucky. That's 2 against 1 by default.
Ah, bravo! The cowboy understands the brutal, inevitable reality of class systems.
Hey, come on, I come from a society where we don't have these estate things.
Sam, I wouldn't be so quick for that. There's I think it might be more than you know.
Oh, mon cher enfant de ténèbres, you have so much to learn still.
There's a lot I don't know. I ain't ashamed of that. In fact, I think I got some more questions for you.
Yeah, the ancien régime.
You mentioned this ancien regime thing. What's that mean in English?
It means the old regime, the old order, feudalism essentially. Society was run by the king in the capital, the church in Rome, and the local lord. We lived in small communities, blissfully ignorant of the concept of liberty. Our lords provided stability, and the church provided comfort. It worked pretty well for 600 years, until the church and the lords decided we peasants were too smelly to be around.
I assume someone had invented soap by that time, though.
We peasants? Do you consider yourself a peasant?
Clever boy. No. I am clearly bourgeois. But we must have common goals, cowboy. We, the peasants, and the bourgeoisie are, as they say in your country, the 99%, oui?
I ain't so sure vampires fit into the 99% or the 1% as dead men, but let's not spend too much time on definitions.
Yeah, we're not big on labels here. So yeah, you mentioned King Louis XVI. What's up with that?
What's your beef with King Louis?
Our last king, sweet Louis XVI. When I was alive, I believed him to be the symbol of everything I hated as part of the tax-paying class. In retrospect, he had too tender an heart to be king. I believe he actually wanted his subjects to be happy.
Effing forfend.
But we would never be happy again, not without his head. That at least he gave us.
What's with you people and chopping off heads?
You people? Not very politically correct of you, mon ami.
I didn't mean anything by it. Just seems funny to me.
It's symbolism. You have symbolism in your country, yes? We had 3 estates, and much like the Hydra, it had too many heads. If we did not cut them off, tyranny would never die.
Well, you could have written some poetry instead, maybe. But anyway.
Yeah, I imagine that the prospect of poetry would probably, kill any line of discussion dead.
I think I can follow what you're saying now. So you're saying that Reza's naive because he thinks the classes can see each other as equals.
Okay, Vive la France, learn all you can about the French Revolution.
Exactement. This is what he is too young to understand. He believes his revolution can succeed, and he hates when I try to explain to him that it never will.
Again with the never.
In 1792, we founded the first French Republic, created in liberty for the good of all our people for all time. It lasted 7 years before we had an emperor. France is in its 5th republic now. How long will this one last? Not forever. It is, of course, doomed.
Well, it's not reading any person's mind. Could be Nosferatu. Not should. Actually, it is more of him. Okay, of course. Is that the tell?
I gotta cut in there, Bronco. You're speaking with a heck of a lot of certainty here that the Republic is doomed.
You can't be serious. Are you suggesting that 3,000 years from now, France will still be in its glorious 5th Republic? Perhaps we will start a Martian colony that will be the center of trade in the solar system. And of course, we will speak space French.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm just pointing out that you can't tell the future. And doom ain't necessarily the end of every republic. Couldn't the republic change to adjust to a new reality, maybe? Or heck, maybe there is an itty-bitty chance the republic actually will be kicking around on Mars.
Very well, it is a wager. If the 5th French Republic is still here in the year 5024, I will give you my finest bottle of blood. But poor Reza, he still believes, in spite of thousands of years of history screaming the truth at him. He is angry at me for pointing out the truth to him. But why should he be angry with me? I did nothing but show him reality.
Okay, there is a should in there, but that's not where I think we're not supposed to focus on that. We need to, he is angry at me for pointing out the truth. And that's mind reading.
Hombre, I think you're doing a little mind reading there. How do you know it's the truth Reza's mad about?
Because when I tell him the truth about his pointless revolution, he becomes upset.
Well, maybe he's upset because of the way you're telling him the truth. Maybe he doesn't think the truth is helpful.
Or he doesn't like it being pointed out that it being is his, the thing that he's so passionate about, the passion that you love so much, calling it pointless.
Am I supposed to let him deny reality? No. This is intellectually dishonest. How can he learn from me if I lie?
Momo, you ain't Reza's daddy.
Oh, now you are doing the mind reading, mon ami. But Reza is most irritating. He is angry that I do not share his passion. He seems to believe that I should still be chanting on the streets, bayonet in hand. What are you doing for the cause? You just sit there doing nothing.
Well, you keep sitting there trying to sound smart.
Of course, I had to banish him to the other side of the castle, just for a little peace. Any good dear Reza can achieve is trifling at best. Let him have his silly, pointless little revolution. I already had mine.
Okay, not clear which one that would be.
It is a shame, really. You know, when we first met, he idolized me.
He said as much.
How so?
The revolutionaries of his time looked up to the French. The bourgeoisie of Iran studied Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Voltaire, and were awakened. And dear Reza, he studied me. I was something of an intellectual celebrity to him. You see, I am no Rousseau. Through the simplification of language and the power of the printed word, I united the bourgeoisie and the peasantry. There could be no revolution without both.
Oh. Hey, TX, good to see you. Would have ever went open fire? Well, I mean, it's been there throughout of all of our previous sessions, and with one exception, with one very fiery exception, it was never an issue. So I think we're okay. But good to see you, TX. Excuse me. Hope your Friday's treating you well. Are you any less stressed since the last time we talked?
So, like, catchphrases? Tip a canoe and Tyler too? Or what was Andrew Jackson's catchphrase? Oh yeah, engines go home.
Was that? I mean, okay. I don't know if that was the phrase, but I can certainly believe that.
That is the stupidest thing I've heard in at least 80 years. Did Andrew Jackson actually say that?
I can believe it if he did. Oh, and thank you for the contribution to the 12 Hours of Trooper Challenge, TX. Appreciate that.
I think it was more something his supporters said. Caught on, though.
Just because I wrote to the common people doesn't mean I wrote trash. I wrote truth, and I wrote it well. Everyone was waiting to see what I wrote next in the revolutionary newspaper, Le Père Duchesne. In many ways, I was the people's voice.
Okay. Everyone was waiting to see what I wrote next. I mean, borderline mind reading. But I think it's I was the people's voice.
I think we are entering Edmund Keane territory here, my friend.
I wrote truth, and
Amigo, I ain't never seen a big group of folk ever totally agree on anything. You can't really think folks were waiting on your every word.
Edmund Keane. There we go. That was the actor's name. Thank you, Andromachos. Add water damage and technical issue with a student? Oh, no. Not too much water damage, I hope. You want to go hide in the bed. Could be lack of sleep. I mean, lack of sleep will make everything worse. That is true.
Mon ami, we sold more than 10,000 copies per newspaper. There was no other publication with such a wide circulation at the time.
I reckon there were more than 10,000 folks in France at the time, though, right? And I reckon you had a few enemies.
Aren't you doing the little trick of disqualifying the positive, though? I have heard you speak of such a distortion.
I think you know I ain't doing that. But I ain't gonna mind read. Do you think I was disqualifying your positive by saying not everyone was waiting to hear from you?
Very well. No. Not everyone was waiting to hear from me. I had a particular target.
Oh, really? Do tell.
I cater to the intellectual, but I do not mean it in an exclusive sense. You see, when I called for égalité, equality, I meant it. There are men and women of every class whose minds are ready to be opened. It was to them that I wrote. It was the sleeping intellectual who needed to hear from me. The commoner had been lulled into a centuries-long slumber by the church, but my reason, presented plainly, would be their awakening.
Okay, there's no cognitive distortion for having an exceptionally high opinion of yourself. Um, okay, my reason would be their awakening. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you think you saw that damage just in time? Flooding to the floor. Oh, no. Starting to leak down to you, but it's minimal and stuff. So, okay, good. It's like, was it a busted pipe or something? Or you end up having a lot of rain where you are? Report hopefully it will dry with no issue. Yeah, here's hoping, because that's water damage. It's not to be trifled with. It can mess things up. And I imagine that knowing that the damage is contained and dried will be that'll help with the lack of sleep issue. Okay, the commoner had been lulled into a centuries-long slumber by the church. Would that be labeling? I'm gonna try always right.
Now, hold on there, fella. I think you're overgeneralizing about commoners like me. It ain't fair to suggest we're all sleeping.
Okay, there we go. Overgeneralizing. Toilet had locked up and kept filling. Oh, that'll do it.
We don't choose to be poor and exploited. That's just the luck of the draw. Pardon me for saying so, but you're making it sound like you've got all the answers, and we're simpletons just waiting to hear them.
Fine, I admit it. I am bourgeois. I do not see things as the commoner sees them, much as I would like to believe I am empathetic enough to do so. But it does not matter. At least I recognize that commoners and the bourgeoisie needed common cause. You are truly a most vexatious vampire.
I think that's not our first client who's used that word at us. You have plenty of issues to cause lack of sleep. Well, at the very, hopefully you at least have one less soon.
You ain't the first vampire to call me that.
See, there we go.
Yes, I know. My friend Edmund Keene was the one who told me about you. I am not sure what you did to that man, but you certainly had an effect.
Oh, of course he's buds with Edmund Keene. Why wouldn't he be?
We just showed him a little reality, that's all. Sounds like we're both in the same business, huh?
We're in the same business. I recognize the relative futility of that work now. Still, I came to you because I also value reality. That was one of the other things about me that used to earn Reza's affection.
How do you mean?
I am a man of reason. I believe in no gods. There is only one God, and that is the God that resides within us, the capacity to reason. God is the little gray cells within our skulls.
Okay, interestingly capitalized reason there. I am okay. I get a little r/atheism vibe there.
And I revere the human mind. In my time, I was part of a cult. The cult of reason, we called it.
I think I've heard of that.
Alas, reason seems to be dead these days. The only place where I can find like-minded people is on Reddit.
Hey, there we go. I knew we were drifting there eventually.
Reddit?
Oh, it's another internet thing. Yeah, Medi didn't quite get Sam fully online.
It's a forum website. There is one in particular dedicated to atheism that has similarly enlightened people. They remind me so much of my compatriots in our great revolution. We knew the value of the first estate, the clergy. No value at all. Why worship God? We should worship ourselves.
Okay, I'm going to throw a flag as a should right there.
I get that you put a lot of stock in our ability to reason, but saying we should worship ourselves doesn't work for everyone. I mean, hell, sounds like you ain't had a good track record with folks who worship themselves, like your king.
And that self-obsessed fool Napoleon, of course. Yes, I am employing a bit of a should statement. Clearly, what is good for intellectuals is not good for the feeble-minded.
Hey.
Compadre, how the heck did you ever find common cause with regular folk like me when you're talking like that?
What makes you think he did?
I will not deny that you seem somewhat rational. Perhaps not in your dress, but your thought. But still, why should it be dangerous to find faith in myself? It was for this truth that I had my head cut off by my own compatriots. They thought this faith too radical. Reza watched radical Islamists take over his revolutionary movement. They killed him for being a homosexual or for being a communist. It does not matter which.
I think it matters some.
Not really. They feared Reza simply for being himself. It is no surprise that he was fascinated by the cult of reason and the church of the self. He believes, as I did, that religion must be crushed in order for the people to gain their liberty.
But you've softened your opinion a little, it sounds like.
No, not at all. But religion, much like class, is resistant to extermination. All religion is extremism. That is what gives it its resiliency. There is nothing we can do about that.
Okay, that feel there's a hint of a control fallacy in there, but I'm going to go with Nosferatu thing. Very much very extremes.
That's giving up, partner. Power corrupts, ain't no secret about that. But whether it's the feds or the church or a company, there's always going to be corrupt elements. But if we sit back and say, that's the way things are going to be, well, we're surely going to be proven right.
As one of those self-fulfilling prophecies I've heard so much about.
That kind of Nosferatu thinking is a good way of giving up control. And that's a way to make sure the bad guys are the ones running the show.
Yes, of course. I do not disqualify the positive of what I did. We did temper extreme elements in both the first and second estates. Religion, like the state, simply needed a correction. The French Revolution was a correction. But power will always need correction. And it is the oppressed who must do the correcting. There is no equality in that.
Fairness fallacy? Not sure.
I admit it. There is an element to what Reza says about me that is true. I am a sellout in a way.
Okay, that would be labeling if Reza did it.
But the truth is that I am exhausted. When I was alive, oh, how I burned for liberty, just as Reza burns. And he is so fucking hot when he burns. He really does remind me of myself.
Is that why you were into him? Because he reminds you of you?
But reason must come before passion, lest we become the monsters we seek to depose. And my reason says to me, Momo, let your exhaustion be a lesson. Power will also burn itself. There is no need to fight. Perhaps I have been forcing my personal truth upon Reza, but I only aim to protect him. The poor boy burns himself in the flames of his passion. I did the same. I know what is best for him because I did the same thing myself. If only he would understand this.
Okay, again, that's leaning into the always right thing.
Padre, I got no doubt that you've had your own hard realizations about what you need to find peace. And I got no doubt them realizations are right for you. But you're a man of reason, so I'll lay it to you straight. Maybe what's right for you ain't right for Reza. Maybe it ain't right for him now. Maybe it won't ever be right for him. He's a lot younger than you and me. He ain't found his peace yet. It took me 90 years of walking in the woods to find mine. Maybe he won't need to do that, but he's gonna find his peace in his own way, in his own time.
Damn it. Yes, well reasoned. And again, most vexatious.
I've got that tendency.
It's just so damned odd. Ironic, isn't it? The thing that I find most frustrating about him is what makes me want to ravish him.
Or it's not reminding you of you, but reminding you what you could have been, and maybe what you could still be, if you gave a shit.
Well, what do you think we should do then? My wisdom was what brought him to my castle doors. If my wisdom is pointless,
I ain't here to tell you what to do. If I've helped you reflect on some stuff, that's my job done, and I can't do more than that.
Cleverly played again, cowboy. Very well. I suppose all I can do for now is wait and see if his blood cools a little after you talk to him. But don't calm him too much. I like them spicy.
I'll talk to him the same way I've been talking to you, friend. I think that's our time. Next time I'll see you two together, all right?
Of course, I shall be patient. We have all the time in the world, after all. Well, I thank you for the frank and well-reasoned discussion. A bientôt. Or since we are dead men in Germany, a bientôt.
Okay, that's a language joke there. I appreciate that.
Huh?
Of course.
Oh, merde. Tot means dead in German. Please try to learn a language. Au revoir, cowboy.
Okay, so it says, please try to learn the language. Although the way that was enunciated made it sound like, please try to learn a language. And either way, that would probably apply.
I do so enjoy watching you work, my friend. Even the most intellectual sorts are no match for your honesty.
Well, I ain't gonna play them at their own game, that's for sure. Maybe I'll go back to school and pick up a few PhDs eventually, but I ain't in no rush.
If you need a recommendation for any school, simply ask. I have connections at many of them. I assume I can trust you to not try dating the college mortals. They are scarcely out of high school.
Ain't my way, Chief. All the young mortals can talk about is their favorite music, and their favorite music sucks more than we do.
Ah.
You are not wrong about that, my dear. I fear the algorithm has taken to songwriting as well these days.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you haven't played the base game, you might not be up to what he's talking about there. But that's from the Medi storyline, and yeah, it sucks a lot.
Are you spending a night on the town tonight? The Bach Festival is in full swing.
Yeah, that's my plan. I'm still looking for whoever's got this beef with Bach. Seems like they're in a pretty bad way.
They aren't your responsibility, Samuel, you know.
Yeah, I know, but you know me, I love me some complicated folk.
That you do. Very well, Samuel. I wish you happy hunting. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Andy. Not sure Momo needs a therapist if he already knows everything.
Well, he certainly thinks he knows everything. Okay, session 2. Momo. Okay, this time just Momo and Reza. Okay. Well, seeing as these are my private notes, I'll just write it. Momo really is kind of a know-it-all. Momo was pretty dang sure he's always right. He seems to be okay with the idea that we're all doomed. He and Reza met on an atheism internet forum. So it's said it rather than read it. Actually worships himself, or at least says he does. Agrees with Reza's take that he's a quote-unquote sellout, wants to help Reza by encouraging him to be a realist. It's funny that the thing Momo finds attractive about Reza is the thing he's trying to stop. I'm looking forward to Reza's take on all this.
Well, at least I can listen to some nice music. That Bach festival's probably rollicking like a Saturday night saloon. Hey there, Johann. Doesn't look like you're in a good mood tonight.
You said that last time, man.
Mad about that Bachhasser, huh? You must have pissed them off something fierce to keep them mad for 400 years.
Are you talking to yourself?
Oh, now more classical music goths, complete with the Bach and shades. I like that, I gotta say.
Old habit. Spent a lot of time alone.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Was just having a chat with the big man here.
I do not think he would understand English. Would you like me to translate for you?
Oh, that's all right. Just idle musings. It's right friendly of you, though.
If an American in a cowboy hat is taking an interest in Bach, I must encourage him. I'm Sebastiana.
Fitting.
Well, howdy, Sebastiana. I'm Sam. You a big Bach fan?
What do you think, pal?
You could say that. I'm a musicology student at the University of Leipzig. I'm writing my thesis on how Johann Sebastian Bach was the original punk rock musician.
Really? I wonder what Beethoven and the Beethoven stands would say about that.
Punk is all about being a rebel, defying authority and kicking ass. That was certainly Bach.
So, Bach was a rebel, you say?
How's a guy who did a bunch of church music a rebel?
I'm so happy you asked. I love talking about this stuff.
Yeah, and ask an academic about their field of research and they'll just go. Isn't that right, TX?
In 1717, at age of 22, Bach was already the Concertmeister of Duke Johann Ernst III of Weimar. He should have been Kapellmeister, but the Duke gave the position to his friend Johann Drese's son.
Another fail, son. You hate to see it.
Bach was furious that he, as a superior composer, had been overlooked, and accepted a job from the Duke's rival, Prince Leopold.
Oh, shit!
When Duke Ernst found out, he threatened to throw Bach in jail, and Bach said, "Fuck you, motherfucker, do it!"
Citation needed.
Bach stayed in prison for a month before he was released. Now, we all know about him. But what do we know about Duke Johann Ernst?
You messed with the wrong guy.
That's right, he messed with the wrong guy.
So tell me about how punk Bach was.
Didn't he do a bunch of organ music? You know,
The Sex Pistols just played guitar music. Joan Jett just rocked the house every night.
I don't know who them folks are, and I reckon I don't want to know what kind of bullets a Sex Pistol shoots.
I think you know, Sam.
Have you been sleeping for 50 years or something?
Something like that.
Bach said fuck you to contemporary church music. There's nothing more punk rock than that.
And the ass kicking?
Bach kicked ass? How's that?
Bach wrote virtuoso music. Music that is meant to be performed by the best of the best musicians. And he demanded perfect performances.
Too bad there ain't no kind of way to tune recordings, huh?
There is, Alter. It is called autotune.
Oh boy, first the algorithm, now auto-tune?
Well, that sounds mighty fine. Maybe that auto-tune might make me a better singer.
You should not say these things in his presence.
Sounds like Bach was a pretty tough customer.
He just took no bullshit. That's what punk rock is all about. His children were very lucky to have him as a teacher. But I have been talking so much about Meister Bach. I get excited if anyone will listen.
Well, listening's kind of my job.
I'm just happy to talk about my thesis. Not everyone loves Bach somehow.
Actually, that's why I'm here. I'm looking for this Bachhasser person.
The Bach hater? Ugh, I know about them. Look at the posters behind you. They struck again last night.
Johann Sebastian bitch. That's pretty funny.
Music von Johann Sebastian Bach. Mein Sohn ist scheiße. Schlechte Worte. Wait, okay, I don't... all apologies to Waffle Mouse and the German people, but... Okay, I know that's a reference to shit. And I know schlechter Vater? 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 Father? I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll find out.
No, it is not funny at all.
Well, I hear Germans have a different sense of humor.
It's not funny. It's stupid.
All right, well, what's the other stuff say?
Bach is saying I have a shit son. And the big words say, bad father.
Ah, got it. Okay, so... So is the Bachhasser one of Bach's kids? Maybe an unloved one? Maybe a bastard?
You said his kids were lucky to have him as a teacher, though, didn't you?
Of course they were. He wrote the well-tempered clavier not only as brilliant music, but to teach his children. See? I have this piece of sheet music I've been studying with me. It is Johann Sebastian Bach having a musical competition with his son, Wilhelm.
Did Wilhelm agree to this competition?
Oh yeah? Who won?
Are you serious? Johann destroyed his son.
Dang, he was a tough fella. Maybe he did some damage to his kids.
That's ridiculous. He was a wonderful father. He got Wilhelm a highly competitive job at Sophienkirche in Dresden, when he did not even apply for it.
Maybe he didn't apply for it because he didn't want it.
I would not call that ein schlechter Vater.
Well, he sounds kind of overbearing. Maybe one of his kids could be this Bachhasser.
Even if that were the case, they would all be dead now.
Well, that doesn't stop some folk.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. I'm just making a joke.
And you say Germans have a bad sense of humor?
No, I said they have a different sense of humor.
I didn't mean to cause offense, ma'am. I'm just trying to track down this Bachhasser person.
I'm sorry. I live for Bach. I get a little defensive of a dead man.
Well, sometimes dead men deserve a little compassion, too.
Well, I apologize. It was not very punk rock of me. I must go listen to a performance, but I hope you have an excellent Bachfest.
Thanks, Sebastiana. Fine meeting you. I bet my last dollar that this Bachhasser is one of them Bach kids.
Well, at least, Sebastiana was nice to talk to and very informative, unlike the triplets of earlier.
Now I just gotta find them. But some other night, maybe. I think my coffin's calling me. Been a long night already. Well, Bach, sir, I hope you're feeling a little less grumpy next time. Adios, muchacho.
Okay, so we've gone from just like person who can't appreciate Bach to disgruntled child.
Good evening, Samuel. It is a beautiful night, is it not? What need have we for the sun when the moon is so lovely?
I mean, that's an excellent point. Okay, let's catch up on our notes here real quick. Okay. After having my therapy session with Momo, I needed to go out for a walk. Decided to visit Joey Bach again and met another fan who wanted to talk my ear off. Something's feeling off around here. I get that Bach was a fancy composer and whatnot, but I ain't never been too comfortable with people worshiping other people, alive or dead. Seems to me that Bach wasn't exactly the type of dad to give out lots of hugs and forgiveness. But hey, maybe that's my daddy issues talking. When I think of it, though, don't we all have daddy issues? That's a little bit of mind reading there, Sam.
You're in good spirits tonight, Chief. What's got you in a good mood?
Truthfully, it is you, dear Samuel. I have enjoyed our chats immensely, even when they have been difficult. You put me very much at ease. I can see why your clients bond with you so quickly.
Oh, shucks, I'm just folks. Ain't nothing special about it.
Don't disqualify the positive.
Just folks. Don't disqualify the good of your radiant humanity, my friend. You are meeting with Reza tonight, yes? He will be delighted to commune with just folks.
As opposed to the Captain Bourgeoisie he's cohabitating with?
I sure hope so. Last time I saw him, he was bluer in a winter sky.
He feels alone. I am certain you will show him his common nocturnality with other vampires. What distortion do you think plagues him most?
Okay, Nosferatu thinking did come up a lot. Emotional reasoning? I don't remember that. I remember fairness fallacy coming up a few times. Let's try that.
It's fairness fallacies, ain't it? He's mad as heck that the world ain't kind to so many folk.
Exactly, Samuel. He is still young at 71, and the unfairness inherent in society affects him more keenly. What other distortions would you like to have in mind tonight?
Okay. Well, there's definitely mind reading still going on. Nosferatu still a thing. If we're doing fairness, I feel like there should be some. Yeah, I think I'll go. Yeah, I think we might go something like the last time there. Yeah, so they definitely showed off mind reading during their duo session. Nosferatu thinking in extremes has come up a lot. Labeling we didn't have at first, but that would come up a lot as well. And then let's see, what would we put in place of should statements? Always right? No, that's Momo. Blaming is putting it all on someone else and removing your control. Yeah, I'm okay with these.
Seems like these are a good fit, right?
I am sure all of these distortions will be present in one form or another. Trust your instincts, my friend. I will leave you to it.
All right, I'm ready for some therapy. Here he comes. Salam there, Reza.
Salam.
Wow, that's awfully glum.
Can I get you anything to drink? We got blood from all sorts here.
I'm not thirsty.
You want to jump right in then? I'm sure we got lots to talk about.
Is there? Momo told me how your session with him went. We all know I'm just a foolish baby.
Labeling.
Fella, you've just started talking and already you're scorching yourself with a big old branding iron there. No one said you were a baby.
Well, I mean, Momo did rather imply it.
And even if they did, I thank you kindly not to join them. It ain't gonna do you no good.
I am still upset though. How would you feel if every other vampire treated you like a child?
I'd feel upset too. I think I'd have a damn good reason to feel that way. But that doesn't mean I gotta join them in bullying myself.
Fine. Older vampires make me feel like a baby though.
Well, feels ain't reals, my dude.
All I ever wanted was freedom for my people, and because of that I got treated like a child.
That's a noble goal, Reza. I think every human being on this earth wants freedom.
But I already hear it in your voice. You think it's cute that I want something impossible to get?
Mind reading.
Hell, thank you not to try to read my mind, amigo. I meant it. It's a noble goal. I spoke my mind so you wouldn't have to read it.
But because you are old, you give up on the idea of freedom, just like all elderly vampires.
That mind reading again? Because you're old?
Reza, buddy, you ain't met half the old vampires out there. If you had, you know I'm a young buck myself in vampire terms. You're doing a little overgeneralizing there. You wouldn't like it if vampires younger than you thought of you as a boomer, right?
Dr. Sarat, I'm not a boomer.
No, if he died in if he's 70 in 2024, he's like, would he be Gen X? Yeah, 2024 minus 70, born in the 1950s. I'm not sure what the dividing line is there. Anyway, moving on.
Well, when were you born?
In 1953. Oh, but that doesn't make me a boomer. I'm a vampire.
So you can see where that overgeneralizing might not be accurate, right? You're gonna see enemies everywhere if you're assuming what others are thinking.
I just feel as though I'm the only one who wants to keep fighting. Maybe I really should sell out the way Momo did.
Oh, let's cut to the chase then. If you really think Momo's a sellout, what are you doing with him?
That's a fair question.
I just keep hoping that the man I fell in love with is still there. He made the French Revolution happen. He got people, regular, common people, to stand up for themselves. He gave me hope that I could do the same thing.
Okay, it's not... Okay, yeah, whatever it is, we don't have it.
I just thought that Momo would understand. He's a legend. He's so smart.
Well, how did you two meet?
I met him on Sedit's atheism forum. The way he wrote, it spoke to me in a way no one else could. He gave me perspective on what happened in my country. We didn't have an sky daddy to fight against, just our leader, the Shah. Momo explained to me why the revolution in my country failed where his didn't. The French understood the church was their enemy, but we let them be our comrades.
Well, I mean, revolutionaries can't necessarily be picky. I mean, if you want a broad-based revolution, you gotta give someone something to rally around, and because you don't want to. I mean, you want as many allies as possible, and then whole lot of folks in Iran are Shia.
The Ayatollah Khomeini told us the religious leadership would let the people govern Iran after the revolution, and we followed them like sheep. Of course, the religious lied.
Okay, yeah. So there's this very, very Reddit-like verbiage there.
Well, slow down there, cowpoke. I gotta ask you about some of this stuff.
Okay, what was the deal with the Shah? Well, careful, Sam. You might find out there's a little bit of American involvement in that.
So, I ain't too familiar with your country's history. Why were you fighting the Shah?
He was an insecure Koschesh. He and his oligarch friends just wanted to get richer and richer and richer.
Oh, and Mohammed Mossadegh got a little too. He wanted the Iran's oil to benefit Iranians rather than the British, and of course the British didn't like that. So they pushed the U.S. first, first Truman, and then Eisenhower to say no. Actually, Mossadegh's a communist. So then they said, okay, we'll just off him, then we'll install the Shah.
He would have sold us and our oil to anyone, and did. To you and to so many other countries.
Hombre, I was wandering in the woods in the 1970s. Ain't got nothing to do with me, and I got no use for bubbling crude myself.
Well, your government did, and the Shah was happy to give it to them, while throwing students like me in jail for criticizing him.
You spent some time in the pokey too, huh? Spent a good chunk of time there myself.
An Iranian jail in the 1970s was a place where you were tortured if you were a dissident. They did a lot more than poking. They didn't even let me keep my sideburns. Animals.
Oh, that's harsh. So how did the revolution fail? Well, if you ask Reza, it's because the religious took over rather than they made it a theocracy rather than the I guess the people's rather than the communist government apparently he wanted.
Momo said your revolution failed. How's that? Isn't the Shah gone now?
Yes, Momo explained it all to me. I studied the French Revolution in school, of course. We all did. But Momo showed me our mistake. The French Revolution was the third estate against the first and second estates. But in Iran, we let the first estate into our movement.
The first estate being the clergy.
The first estate's the church folk, right? And y'all made common cause with them?
Mosque people, but yes. We couldn't make the people revolt without them. But Momo says if that's true, we weren't ready for a revolution yet.
Well, his definition of a revolution.
Momo is so smart. I wish I could have met him in the 1970s, but he says we would have just done a lot of cocaine together.
Shucks, I remember when they sold that stuff in soda bottles. Why do you think they call them soda junkies?
Is that why? I don't know.
What are sheeple?
They are people who act like sheep, following whoever tells them what to do. Khomeini only gained power because we gave it to him. God worshippers are very good at being sheeple. Momo and I bonded over talking about how silly they all are.
Yeah, that sounds like r/atheism.
You and Momo use a lot of these funny terms. Sky Daddy and sheeple and whatnot.
Everyone in the atheism said it does, because we aren't sheeple.
Yep, wouldn't want to go against the grain there.
I think that's plenty.
I think I get it. So you two hit it off because you ain't fans of religion?
It was that at first, and then I found out who he actually was, and I was starstruck.
Oh, do I not get a similar achievement for learning all I can about the Iranian Revolution? That feels rude.
He's Antoine Francois Momo. He published the revolutionary newspaper, and he was a vampire, killed by his fellow revolutionaries like me.
You too, huh? How did that happen?
It wasn't as poetic as cutting my head off. I was dancing in the disco with my comrades when they showed up. They shot me, the fools. The bullet hole on top is the one that killed me.
Really? They don't heal? Oh, I guess it was not Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines rules. You feed and you patch up those potholes.
I showed it to Momo during one of our video chats, and he started flirting with me.
Well, can't deny that you're in pretty good shape for a 71-year-old.
Sometimes being a vampire is pretty good. I was saved by one of my two-day brothers who turned out to be a vampire.
What happened today?
Today, the Communist Party in Iran. They're gone now. We either left Iran or Khomeini had us killed. At least the ones who could die.
Huh, I ain't never met a communist vampire before.
Why should we not be communist? If we live forever, we should commit ourselves to achieving equality for all.
Okay, should. I mean, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea by any stretch, but that is a should statement.
But hombre, it ain't up to you or anyone to determine how folks should live their lives or unlives. Beyond that, you've given yourself a mighty heavy should. If you ain't gonna rest until you've achieved equality for all, you ain't gonna find peace for a long time.
I am not a fool. I'm 71 years old. I know that a dictatorship is a dictatorship.
So you know a tautology.
It doesn't matter who runs it, communist or capitalist. They must both be overthrown. I will never stop fighting for equality.
You're drawing a hard line in the sand, Reza. What about you? What about what Reza needs and wants?
It isn't right for me to get what I need and want while the people of my country suffer.
There's our fairness fallacy.
But Reza, if you're looking for fairness in whatever direction, you're fighting an impossible war of expectations. I mean, heck, look at us. We're vampires. We gotta drink blood to survive. There's nothing fair about that, but it is what it is. We gotta manage these expectations if we're ever gonna find peace. Maybe you don't need to live in luxury, but you can give yourself a few comforts. You got endless time, amigo.
You don't understand. I can't wait that long. Do you know what being what I am is criminal in Iran?
I mean, yeah, you did say that.
They got a law against being vampires?
Well,
they have laws against ungodly things like being gay. They even have a law against disco.
Still.
They come in and say, you can choose God or choose disco. You know what then? I choose disco.
I mean, again, not a bad idea by any stretch.
They try to stop me from being what I am. You Americans don't know what it's like. You're free to be whatever you want to be.
Compadre, I'll remind you that I'm over 200 years old, and I haven't considered myself straight for 100 years. Butt stuff was illegal even in California until the 1970s. Now, I ain't denying that what your government's doing is awful, but you gotta remember your common humanity. You're not the only one suffering, and it ain't up to you to save everyone who is suffering.
You sound just like Momo. Did you know that when he was alive, he was straight?
Nope, didn't come up. Most of our kind are pretty flexible on this stuff after 100 years, though.
Well, he didn't have to suffer. He had a wife. He was allowed to publicly make her into a goddess at the Festival of Reason. Unlike me, no one judged him. It is unjust.
Okay, well, again, you don't know no one judged him, but there's the unjust thing again.
You're saying you wish Momo had suffered for being straight? Reza, you gotta see that ain't healthy. Maybe you can see how if you're not careful, this striving for fairness can turn into striving for revenge. And let me tell you, revenge ain't got no ending.
Yeah, we still have a unresolved storyline from the main quest.
I know. Momo told me about the Reign of Terror, how they were cutting off everyone's heads until eventually they came for his. They killed him for being an atheist. It turned out the revolutionaries still wanted a sky daddy after all. But don't you see, he was so close. If Momo had kicked the god lovers out completely, the revolution would have succeeded forever. I know it.
Okay, not. Well, it's not. Yeah, if he was talking about another individual, it would be mind reading. I think that's something Nosferatu thing. Yeah, because like yeah, if then, but you don't know that.
Reza, buddy, we gotta talk about some kind of middle path here. You're talking about kicking out all the aristocrats and all the religious folk. Not only does that sound impossible, but even if you succeeded, you'd find the definition of aristocrat and religious would change faster than a jackrabbit running from a pack of coyotes. The world you're wishing for probably couldn't have a human soul on it, vampire or mortal.
You and Momo sound exactly alike. Reza, you're being a child. Reza, you need to be more moderate. If people like me weren't fighting, the aristocrats and the clergy would begin a new dark age.
Okay, I think that's catastrophizing.
Meanwhile, Momo cares about the stupidest things. So what if I leave a little blood in the wine glass? It's just blood. Who cares if I don't wash the sheets? We don't sweat anyway.
Okay, if your partner is asking you to do something, especially if it's something small, just come on.
I didn't deserve to be banished to the other side of the castle for a few bloody goblets. Momo is the one who turns it into an argument. I didn't do anything wrong.
Maybe it wasn't too fair for Momo to banish you, and there are plenty of boyfriends out there who get rewarded for being layabouts. The good, the bad, and the ugly of it all is that the universe doesn't give a damn about who's good, bad, or ugly.
I'm discovering that. I know Momo is rewarded more for his investments than he ever was for sparking his revolution. Nobody's going to give me a castle for fighting the good fight, but for Momo, it's easy to be rich. You know, he doesn't even like the Bee Gees.
Ooh.
Just don't understand how he can care about things like stuff and property. He was supposed to be egalitarian. Maybe I am no better. Look at me, I live in a castle now. Some revolutionary I am.
So what, you're supposed to take a vow of poverty?
Maybe my people are suffering because of me. All people like me. People who value comfort instead of justice.
Okay, that's probably personalization.
Why should I have comfort? What have I done for my people other than die?
To the contrary, I believe that giving up one's life is quite a sacrifice, don't you, Samuel?
Okay, so not disqualifying the positive, not a fairness fallacy.
Why should I have comfort? What have I done for my people other than die?
Okay, that is pretty extreme thinking.
Hot dang, Reza, are you hearing yourself? What have you done for your people other than die? Compadre, you gave your life for a movement. That ain't nothing. Shoot, that's the biggest sacrifice you can give.
But it achieved nothing.
How do you know that? You've only got your perspective. Maybe it seems like nothing to you, but when people die for a cause, it doesn't go unnoticed. Maybe it ain't the thing that overthrows the dictatorship, but it won't ever be just one thing.
Please, my getting shot changed nothing. But Momo is a legend. He defined the language of the 99%. What did I do? I died. Big deal.
Why are you comparing yourself to Momo? Momo's Momo and Reza's Reza. You ain't never gonna be the man Momo was. Only Momo could do that. And nobody's ever gonna be the man you are, Reza.
I feel disrespected, which confirms for me that Momo doesn't respect me. And why doesn't he? Because I accomplished so much less than he did.
Okay, see that is yeah, doesn't respect you. He just said he does respect you during your couples session.
Amigo, you're thinking with your heart there, not your head. You're feeling disrespected, but that feeling doesn't make reality. Why did Momo start dating you in the first place?
He said it was because he admired my fire, that I made him feel alive again.
That doesn't sound like disrespect to me. So why are you reading his mind?
Okay, fine. Maybe you're right. Maybe he does respect me a little bit.
A little?
I think I just feel so small compared to Momo. Momo got to do so much in his life. I didn't have the chance to do much of anything. I was only 25 years old when I died. It's not right.
Again, fairness.
Reza, buddy, you're comparing a lot of things. You're comparing yourself to Momo. You're comparing your short life to the long lives of others. What's it doing for you, friend? I know it doesn't feel fair, believe me. I spent most of my youth being angry at my country for taking my daddy away. It wasn't fair, but then what the hell is? We only got the power to do what we can today. Ain't no universe bending to our will, no matter how passionate we are.
But if we could only do away with religion, things would be so much better. On the atheism said it, we know that there could be a new enlightenment.
And who could ever be wrong on an internet message board?
Oh boy, Reza, do you know who Raziel is?
No.
Never mind. Let me tell you straight up, this internet thing might be influencing your opinions a little too much. You want my advice? Go on a date with Momo. Don't talk about no revolution or religion, just enjoy each other's company. There's a reason you liked each other in the first place, right?
I guess so.
So go appreciate each other. You're in a long-term relationship, amigo. And now that you're dead, long-term can mean a real long time. Appreciating each other is crucial when a long-term relationship could mean hundreds of years.
Okay, you're right. A date sounds nice. Maybe we can go out for Persian.
I mean, that does sound nice, actually.
There is a club in Paris where they sometimes play Persian disco, and everyone puts very nice cologne on their necks.
Well, that don't sound too tasty to me, but then, to each their own. I'll see you and Momo next month then, okay?
Okay. Well, thank you. You're a very nice man.
I'm just folks, as I like to say. You take care of yourself, Reza. Give yourself a break.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Khodafez.
Oh, yeah, good office to you, too.
That was almost close.
My friend, the fire of youth burns brightly, does it not?
Oh, no kidding. I still remember what it was like being all piss and vinegar.
I have not heard this phrase, but the combination does sound unpalatable. Still, I am grateful for young vampires like yourself. We old ones can easily become complacent without a little nudge.
You hear that, Chief?
Okay, not Edmund Keane. I think that's our Bachhasser.
It has been most persistent these nights. The musical mystery deepens. Are you going to play detective tonight?
I was thinking about it. Might need to moonlight as a detective if being a therapist doesn't pay the bills.
Vampire Detective. Now there's a video game series.
Oh, Samuel, you live forever. You should put your money in CDs and wait.
CDs? I've already got wax cylinders back home. They're probably worth something.
We must have a talk about financial literacy sometime soon.
The despair on that face.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get to my walk then.
You done yet, Sugar Blood?
I'm eager for our evening to begin.
Oh, put out to Bella. We haven't seen her in a while.
Yes, dear ones. Samuel and I were just wrapping up.
Andy, are you hooking up with both these fine ladies?
Excuse me, cowboy. These two are my dinner tonight.
Gosh, I see you're living like a true vampire already.
Are you seeing anyone, vampire?
No,
Now, do not pressure our beloved cowboy. When he is ready for love again, he will know. Samuel, I wish you a fine evening. I trust you will know how to make the most of your opportunities.
Seeing anyone? Nah.
I probably don't need to tell you three to have a good night, but I will anyway. Good night, y'all.
See ya, cowboy.
I do love that Crimson is leaning into her new life as a vampire. I think it's good to see her happy.
All right, I'm feeling good tonight. Think I can find one of them Bach kids.
Okay, session 3, Momo and Reza. Dang, Reza is sure mad at the world, and I can see why. Reza's holding a lot of bitterness about his death. He's mad at everyone who isn't fighting for the common cause. Seems he's a pretty devout atheist. Okay. That's not a thing. Stop it. Devout atheist is the kind of thing as someone who's saying, someone who's wants to tell you how enthusiastic of a Christian they are now. But anyway, lives on fairness fallacies. Uses freedom fighting as an excuse to not clean up around the castle. Compares himself to Momo regarding his contributions to revolution. I think Reza could use some individual therapy. He's right that unlife ain't fair, but he's going to be waiting a long time for a vampire utopia.
I'll head down to the square. Tarnation, folks here can't seem to get enough of Bach. I don't really get it. Sounds like a bunch of doodly-doodly-doo to me.
Yeah, unlike all that bluegrass or whatever that you listen to.
Hey, you're talking about Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, shucks. Seems I can't sneeze in the old man's direction without getting the third degree.
Rightfully so. Technically speaking, he's the greatest composer who ever lived.
Well, that's a big shout.
Well, what about not technically?
I
I guess there's subjective taste, but you can't listen to his violin partita number 2 in D minor, BWV.1004 if you like, and think that he's anything less than brilliant.
I'm afraid I ain't never heard it.
Oh, but you must! He was a master of compound melody. Just think of it, perfectly weaving back and forth between different implied melodies. His use of imitation is absolutely astounding. A contrapuntal dialogue that creates a melodic stratification, but with complete control.
I'm not hitting that button. Go on, Johanna.
You must hear the Gigue from the 5th cello suite. It actually contains an imitative counterpoint, a theme with an answer.
I love that they love this stuff this much.
But where was I? Oh yes, BWV.1004. It's a chaconne, or a dance in triple meter, similar to a saraband. But the special thing is that it's simultaneously composed both of themes and variations. It's all constructed over an ostinato bass, which functions as a chord progression.
She's gonna go on forever? Good!
But then, he layers another progression on top, with a 4-note descending scale figure, then changes both progressions at will. He's just so cool!
Again, achievement Bachhasser showed deep interest in musical theory. I actually think that's really interesting. And to hell with anyone who says otherwise.
And I thought German was hard to understand. Sorry, I haven't gotten your name. I'm Sam.
How do you do, Sam? I'm Johanna.
How do you do? I ain't heard people say that in scores of years.
Why ever not, I wonder? It's a perfectly decent way to introduce oneself.
Huh. I ain't heard anyone say why ever or oneself in a long time either. Could this be one of my kin? Well, maybe I can suss her out.
Okay, if we're let's see, get excited about blood, that might be a little bit too forward. Make a joke only vampires would like. I mean, there could be a goth hiding under all that. Maybe we'll make an outdated reference.
Sure is some fine music they're playing tonight. Reminds me of a poem from back home. You hidden orchestras, you serenades of phantoms with illustrations alert, blending with nature's rhythms, all the tongues of nations.
That's Walt Whitman. Oh, to finally meet someone with an appreciation of old things.
Okay, Johanna here might not be she might just be old-timey.
I am that if I'm anything. Well, dang, that settles it.
She's not a vampire.
She's got a smile sweeter than honey fresh from the comb. Reminds me of a lady I had a crush on back when I was alive. Sweet Essie May. I never had the guts to ask her out.
Sam? Are you well?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm fit as a fiddle.
Perhaps a fiddle that needs a tuning?
Don't we all? Dang, witty too. Wonder if she's from my time. Say, I've got a question for you.
Oh? What is it?
So we can be sweet, we can be suave, or we can be charming. Feels like that's all variations on a theme. I don't know. Yeah, Sam seems sweet by nature. Suave, I don't know. I'm not sure if suave is a club he has on his bag. Maybe we'll go for charming.
I was thinking.
Yes?
Well, dang it, I forgot how to do this. You know a lot about Bach. What do you know about where his kids ended up?
What a bizarre question. I'm afraid I don't know.
Damn, way to drop that bag, Sam.
I suppose I would check the local graveyard.
Oh, right. Yeah, thanks.
You're interested in Bach's children, but not Bach himself?
Well, yeah, I got my reasons.
You're a strange man, Sam. But you must get properly introduced to Johann Sebastian Bach. I'm going to perform his sonata in B minor soon at the Marktplatz. Would you like to join me?
That sounds mighty fine, Johanna. Mighty fine indeed.
The night awaits then. Come on, cowboy friends.
You know, Johanna seems lovely.
And once again, the master therapist enters his domain. How are you this evening, Samuel?
So, how much appreciating did they do, I wonder? Let's find out. Doing all this couple stuff has got me thinking about my own love life. I think Andy and Crimson have been getting to me some with all these jokes. I reckon I could be a little more open, but thinking about what happened with my wife and sister-in-law makes me think I shouldn't be with anyone. I know, Nosferatu thinking, disqualifying the positive, all that. I did meet a vampire last night with a smile like sunrise. Name it Johanna. Remind me a heck of a lot of Essie May from the general store in Liberty, Missouri, way back when. Hell, I should be focusing on my work and helping this Bachhasser guy. Love can wait till I'm back home, maybe. Well, okay, Johanna didn't have. She had an accent. It was a little American, maybe, possibly. But did we actually establish she was a vampire, or is she just old timey? Because there are old timey folk out there. When I grew up, we knew a family who actually lived at our town's living history museum. Like their house was there on the property. They were there full time. See, some folks are both bona fide and old timey, but I'm sure all will be revealed in time.
Fit as a fiddle and ready to get back to therapizing. I've got both them boys coming back in.
Yes, I am curious to see how you handle Momo and Reza. Now that you've gotten to know them, what do you think is their biggest challenge?
Well, let me think.
Okay. They don't have enough sex. We don't know that. Now, that's probably not that. Reza doesn't do enough around the castle. That's a problem. I don't know that it's the problem. Them boys need to. Okay, that no. That's one way to get them both on the same page, but it'll be against us. No, yeah, I think they don't respect each other because, Reza says Momo is a sellout, and Momo owns that. And then and Momo keeps talking down to Reza. Oh my calling him like a child, a baby. He's so young and naive. No, I think there's a lack of mutual respect going on there.
They don't respect each other. Momo thinks Reza's wasting his own life, and Reza thinks the same thing about Momo.
Yes, I fear this is the root of their problem as well. A relationship without respect cannot be healthy.
So how do we fix that?
Shoot, I reckon that too. It's hard staying optimistic for them.
Do not abandon hope for them, my friend. Perhaps this respect still exists, but it is buried beneath recent hurts. I trust you will do the best you can. But hark, the time of the appointment nears. Choose your distortions.
Okay, so mind reading still locked in there. Well, okay, so we know Reza likes that fairness fallacy, and we know Momo goes hard on always being right because he's so smart. And yeah, we had a fair bit of we had labeling early. And do we still want to go with Nosferatu thinking? I think, yeah, I'm thinking more Nosferatu thinking than should say. We had a couple should statements, but I think this kind of covers most of what has happened in the individual sessions. So we'll go with these.
Locked and loaded.
Very good, Samuel. With your gun of truth, may you blow cognitive distortions into a fine red mist.
Okay, so I see Andromachos has at least made peace with Sam and his gun analogies.
You're making fun of me.
You practically begged me to, my friend. I will leave you to your clients.
Okay, there we go. Because I know and Andromachos made a big to-do about Sam and his gun talk during the base game.
All right, let's see if I can't help these two boys.
Bonsoir, mon ami.
Salam. Well, bonsoir and salam to you gents. It's good to see you both together again. I've gotten the chance to talk to you both on your own, and I've got a better sense of where you're coming from. It's clear that you two have a lot in common. That probably helped you bond in the first place. Now, let's see if we can find it again. What do you think?
I find this most agreeable. I am eager to have an happy castle again.
Okay, I will try it.
Good. Let's start with some positives so we can remember why we're here. Momo, why don't you tell Reza something you appreciate about him?
Very well. Reza, I love your eyes and your ass. If anything could convince me of God's existence, it might be that ass.
Okay, anything he has control over, though?
That ain't exactly the kind of appreciation I was looking for. What about Reza as a person do you appreciate?
Yes, well, Reza, you are such a passionate damn soul. You are all fire inside.
Meaning you think I am all passion and no thought?
Mind reading.
Oh there, Reza. When did Momo say that, huh?
That's what he meant. He thinks I'm impetuous.
I thought dead people didn't get earwax, but maybe I ought to check, because I didn't hear him say that at all. You want to try responding to what Momo actually said? Because that's all he's giving you to work with right now, hombre. Momo just said he appreciates your fiery spirit. What do you say to that?
Yes, sorry. Momo, Thank you. I appreciate your words.
Well, that's much better. Now, why don't you tell Momo something you appreciate about him?
Momo, you are so smart. You have taught me so much about life and death. I don't know why you would be interested in me.
Okay, probably some disqualifying the positive there.
Oh, merci, mon poussin. I am glad you appreciate my intelligence. I hope you understand that when I advise you, it is not to control you. I am simply right, through ages of experience.
Well, just teeing that up right there.
Momo, buddy, you said you know about cognitive distortions, right? So you must know you're being always right now. You might have a lot of experience, but even though you're a 200-some-year-old vampire, you're still human. There's a heck of a lot you don't know. And even if you did know everything, not all that advice would be right for Reza.
Am I being lectured by a cowboy who is younger than I am?
Maybe smarter than you are, too.
Yep, you sure are. And if you're the man of reason you say you are, you'll hear me out. I ain't all-knowing, but you ain't either.
Oh, very well, of course. I have learned much, but there is much to learn yet.
You see how he tries to act like my baba? Maybe I don't want to be told what to do all the time.
Do you hear what Reza's saying there, Momo?
I'm not telling him what to do. It's up to him whether he'd like to listen to me or not. I'm not forcing him to do anything.
You are forcing him to move to the other side of the castle.
The only thing I am telling him to do is to clean up after himself a little if we are going to live together. Do you know he leaves blood-soaked clothes on the floor? Blood glasses left in his coffin? It coagulates overnight. Absolutely disgusting. He's leaving bloody messes because he knows it will irritate me.
Mind reading.
Hombre, do you really think that Reza is leaving messes just to irritate you?
Ouais. He is trying to make a statement that I am too fastidious.
Really?
So what you're saying is Reza carefully puts his bloody stuff everywhere so you can find it. It's all a plot just to drive you up the wall. When he leaves a bloody shirt on the floor, he's thinking, gee, I bet if I leave this out long enough, it'll attract flies. That'll really get to Momo.
You are making fun of me.
Yes.
I'm exaggerating a little so you can question the way you're thinking. Reza might care less than you do, but that ain't the same as targeting you.
I always clean up eventually. I don't know why a few bloody shirts has to be more important than, I don't know, the ancient war on the lower classes.
Ugh, there he goes again. Anytime he doesn't want to do anything, it's the Great Class War. The Great Class War cannot end, so what a splendid excuse to never clean up. This is why I told him to move to the opposite end of the castle.
Okay, you two, let's turn down the heat a little. Don't want to start decomposing here. Momo, why don't you try telling Reza why it bothers you when he leaves his bloody things around?
Very well. Reza, when you leave your bloody messes everywhere, it makes me feel you don't respect me. You know I care for aesthetics.
Okay, good. We're moving to, we're using I statements. When you do this, I feel.
Reza, you want to reflect that back to Momo?
You are saying that I don't respect your love for aesthetics by leaving very small messes.
That wasn't exactly what he said, but let's accept that. The reason I asked you to repeat back what he said is so you keep in mind what you know, not what you think you know. Now, hearing what Momo has to say, do you think you could make an adjustment to consider how he feels?
So now I have to be cleaning all the time. What about my needs?
You don't have to be cleaning all the time, dude.
Reza, amigo, there's space between being a full-time janitor and being careless. You're posing extremes nobody asked you to go to.
He would be a lot happier if I spent all my time cleaning.
Momo, is that true?
Yes, I entered a relationship with a vampire because I wanted to make him clean up around the castle. A natural choice.
Momo here told you he doesn't feel respected when you don't clean up after yourself. It's up to you to decide how you're going to respond to that.
I understand that it bothers him. But what I don't understand is why he cares.
About aesthetics? I mean, he is French. I mean, look at that jacket. You think someone who would wear that jacket wouldn't care about aesthetics?
Mon cœur, you were the one who said our blood bags should not have to clean up anymore. You said we were oppressing them.
We were oppressing them. We were in a position of power over them and used that power to make them do things for us. That is the definition of oppression.
And now we must clean up after ourselves. I do not see why this is so difficult to understand.
Of course, I never understand anything. I'm just a pache who poops and pees and cries.
No, name calling.
Reza, compadre, nobody is giving you that label but you, over and over again. When did Momo say you were a bache? When did Momo say you don't understand anything?
He didn't. He just treats me like it because I haven't lived for 400,000 years like you old vampires. You know, he is so old-fashioned he doesn't even like gugush.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look that one up later.
What's Gugoosh?
Oh, thank you, Sam.
She is like the Persian beaches.
Ooh. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You have such a short fuse, mon sang de feu. Why are you so angry?
You are the reason I am angry. Anger is a reaction to injustice, and my anger tells me that you are looking down on me.
Okay. Angry reaction to no, it's okay. He's looking down. I mean, it certainly does seem like he's looking down on him, but it's assuming facts, not in evidence.
Reza, buddy, you're letting your emotions create a reality that ain't there. We're here in this room because we want things to get better, ain't that so? If Momo just wanted someone to feel superior to, there's plenty of mortals out there who would love to be taken in by a vampire.
Well, maybe he would be happier with a teenage mortal girl.
Whew, dang, Reza's pretty steamed. I ain't sure this session is going to a good place. What can I do?
We got that horse magic. Okay, and it said no, crack a joke. I don't think that would go well. Yeah, because we used our horse taming kind of wiles when Edmund Keene was getting out of pocket. Maybe it'll work with Reza.
Reza, nobody's here to hurt you. You're a good vampire. Ain't nobody doubting that. And it's okay to be angry.
Of course it is. I'm just trying to do something good in this world.
We know you are. You're all right. You fight hard. And that's a good thing. But we're here because we care about you.
I'm so angry all the time.
I've been that way too. But you're among friends. So go ahead, be angry.
I'm just so tired. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of feeling like a useless piece of shit.
Oh, buddy.
My sweet, you are not a piece of shit. I love you.
Oh, let's just take a minute.
My eyes hurt.
I know, amigo. Crying ain't fun for us vampires. But sometimes we gotta let it out.
You must think I'm not a man at all, Sam Walls.
Don't you try to mind read me.
Reza, don't go reading my mind. I don't think that at all. A real man ain't scared to feel his feelings. That's all you're doing here.
He speaks the truth, mon cœur. I told you so often that I love your passion.
I guess so.
I know so. You are a man, and you're a splendid man.
Do you think we can keep talking, Reza? Would you like to stop for tonight?
No, it's all right. We can talk. I'm such a fuck up. I try to help my people, but I can't do anything. I can't be a good revolutionary, and I can't be a good partner.
No, see, you're not. Wait, it does. Yeah, there's definitely labeling going on there. Maybe some Nosferatu thing, but it's clearly labeling. No?
Reza sounds devastated, but this devastation blinds him to the good he does do.
Okay, I mean, he did call himself a fuck up, which is clearly labeling, but alright, it's Nosferatu thing.
Such a fuck up.
Reza, let's be real for a sec. What are you supposed to do as a revolutionary? You can't control a revolution. You both are living proof of that. Well, not exactly living, but you know what I mean.
Look what they did to me.
I know, they did the same thing to me.
People are gonna do what they're gonna do. You can lead a horse to water, but there's no way you can make him drink. But you got that horse in front of that water, and that counts for something. Compadre, I'm asking you for a little self-compassion. You done a lot for your cause. Hell, you died for it. You gotta realize that you're good enough.
But it's not fair. I gave my life for a cause and I get nothing for it. But these religious zealots give nothing and win the country.
That fairness again.
I know, it ain't fair. But we gotta accept that wanting fairness ain't gonna make it happen. That might seem dark, but it's a truth we gotta roll with. You're gonna resent the whole world if you're keeping some kind of cosmic score.
I know, I do. That's why I don't believe in God. Why would I?
Yet you still hope the invisible hand of fairness is gonna make things right. The truth is that life is complicated. There's good and bad all mixed up in a big old pot of humanity, and we'll take the goodness where we can get it. You've been doing your part for your people, Reza. You deserve to care about yourself, and you deserve to care about this relationship.
I guess so. But it is so hard when everything that's wrong with the relationship is my fault.
Okay, no, not. Personalization, the opposite of blaming.
Thing is, relationship problems are almost never one person's fault. Momo, I think you've got some work to do too.
Moi? Mon ami, I am 250 years old. I have sorted out my issues. I have accepted the world as it is and now live peaceably within it.
I questioned a bit about sorting out your issues.
The thing is, the world's always changing and we gotta evolve with it, especially when we're sharing our lives with someone else.
I have to say, for such an old vampire, you think very much like a mortal. Humanity struggles because they cannot reason. They cannot find their own purpose. Even when they reject the gods, they create new ones.
But they can't. Okay, it's they can't reason.
Where are you getting this, Momo? I know you've been dead for a long time, but you can't know how all mortals think. They find purpose all the time. Sometimes it's through the gods, and sometimes it ain't. But when you overgeneralize like that, you ain't just judging mortals, you're judging our own humanity. And I think that's what Reza's feeling when you make light of his passions.
There, good, yes. You're patting him on his head, calling him you love his passion, but at the same time you say, oh, but it makes you such a baby. It makes you so naive. Stop that.
That is not my intention. I wish to set him free, that's all. To think with his head, then with his heart.
But you can't do that, amigo. That's Reza's choice. But, compadre, let me shoot straight with you. You had this whole cult of reason thing you said, right? Ain't that just turning reason into a religion?
Quoi? No, I'm mocking religion.
And you've ridden on a pretty high horse with that mockery. Some people might even say that you're making absence of faith into a faith. Any chance that superiority gets in the way of setting people free?
I merely wish to help humanity stand up for itself. They should know better than to follow religious leaders.
Okay, should statement.
Maybe you'd win more hearts and minds if you just lived your truth. And maybe you wouldn't make Reza here feel so bad for having his own faith that he can do something good in the world.
Well played, American. You are wiser than you look.
Ain't the first time I've heard that.
Very well. Reza, I apologize. I have been dismissive of you, even of the things I admire about you, and I am sorry for it.
Thank you. I just want you to notice the good things about me, not just my messes.
I do sound sucré.
I think we're finally getting to a good place. Maybe we can make some compromises here, huh? Momo, maybe you can let Reza work on his passions. And Reza, maybe you can agree to clean up some more around the castle. Or you can start paying your familiars to do it.
I guess our relationship is doomed if I don't clean up.
No.
Hermano, I know you're a man of extremes, but maybe this is something we can work on. Maybe we can get you to see less doom everywhere. If everything's a matter of unlife and undeath, the stakes are gonna hit you right in the heart. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I guess so.
I know it's tough to be on edge all the time. I needed a 90-year walk to cool down. Hopefully you ain't gonna need that.
We will work on things together, my sweet. I will be patient with you if you are patient with me.
I can do that. I still want to be with you.
I'm glad to hear it. You two have got all the time in the world to work stuff out. We're gonna see some messy times, but we gotta go with the flow and give each other and ourselves a little grace. Think we can do that?
I will try.
I will as well. I don't need Reza continuing to think I am an ancient know-it-all of a man.
And we're not gonna read each other's minds, or we're gonna try not to, right? Whatever Reza thinks of you, he's gonna tell you and not stew on it. Ain't that so, partner?
Yes, you are an ancient know-it-all man, Momo.
Oh, Reza, read the moment.
I know I can be quite a pompous bourgeois bastard. No wonder they cut my head off.
Well, let's go easy on the labels, too. So, how are we feeling now?
I think we're gonna be okay.
Yes, I think so, too.
I'm glad to hear it. Let's check in next month. We'll try out some of these new listening and compassion skills we're learning and see how it goes.
You're a good man.
I'm good and bad, just like any other human. All right, you two, fly home safe.
Au revoir, cowboy copain.
My goodness, that was intense, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure was.
Sure as hell was. I feel like I've gotten stuck in a tanning bed. How do you think they're doing, boss?
We can never know, can we? All I know is that you did excellent work, my dear. You are quite the teacher of compassion. Our kind have much to learn from you.
Sure as heck wish there weren't so many who needed my help, but that's being human, I guess. In fact, I know there's someone out there in Leipzig who's crying out for help, and I'm gonna find him.
You know you don't have to, my friend. There are many in the club who would love to feel your fangs in their neck.
But they don't need me as much as this person does.
Very well, Samuel. Please do not burn yourself out, though. We are very sensitive to flame.
I know. I think some air will do me good anyway.
Then I wish you luck, my friend. Do enjoy the night air, and I will see you anon.
All right, Andy, you have a good night.
You too, my friend. Rest in peace.
Okay, so have we? Wait, it's one couple session, couple solo, another couple session.
That was a good night. Think them boys will be getting along a little better.
I feel like there's more to come. I don't know for sure. I don't know how long the DLC is. I feel like there's more to come. Okay, session 4. I think these two might actually be okay. Momo understands that his constant mockery ain't helping anyone. Reza really let out the hurt, and I think that was useful for Momo to see. Reza agreed to be more considerate of Momo's need for cleanliness, and Reza felt more comfortable calling out Momo. And Momo still kind of objectifies Reza. It ain't exactly the romance to end all romances, but I think these two are at least hearing each other. I hope they can keep it up.
Now I'm getting close to solving this Bach mystery. I can feel it. I think tonight's the night I check out the graveyard. Oh, hey, Bert. What do you know about the local graveyards?
Ooh. We have Bert's interest.
Oh, yeah? Can you give me some directions? Uh-huh. And then?
We got all that, right?
Actually, can you repeat all that? Oh, that way? Well, thanks, Bert. You have yourself a fine night.
Have fun, Mike.
Oh, Bert.
Oof, dang. This place is a lot spookier than the graveyards back home. Wouldn't want to be stuck in them tombs. Wonder how often vampires get locked away here. If there's a vampire hiding out here, I'll find him. Looks like someone's been here, that's for certain.
So we can search the tombs, do a vampire call. There's a vampire call? Or we can wait. Well, okay, I don't know that we necessarily want to alert anyone to our presence. I mean, like we're Sam Walls, gun-toting vampire. I think we'll be okay if there any kind of altercation comes out. But yeah, maybe we want to stay, you stay surreptitious, so we can search the tombs, or maybe just wait for them.
I've done my fair share of ambushes. I can wait this sucker out as long as I need to. Oh, wish I had one of them fancy rectangles right about now.
I think he's referring to a smartphone.
I'd be playing Capillary Crush or something. Oh, I guess my attention span's not what it used to be either. Oh, dang it. Maybe there ain't no one here right now. Guess it was too much to hope that this Bachhasser would drop in my lap. Oh, well, guess I'll head back. Dun, 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 yeah.
Singt nicht seine verwirrten Melodien.
Aha! So we just had to draw it out of hiding. Okay, Schweinhund, pig dog. I think okay. I'm using my my fluent German. I say, knock that off, pig dog, and don't sing that melody.
Holy shit! Who the heck are you?
Englisch. Raus hier, Englisch. Lass mich in Ruhe.
Look, hombre, I ain't here to hurt you.
Ich verstehe Ihre schmutzige Sprache nicht. Raus mit euch!
You're a Bach, ain't you? I'm here to help.
Bach? Ich? Wilhelm Friedemann Bach ist nicht ein Bach. Nein, es gibt nur einen Bach. Keine Söhne, keine Töchter. Wir sind alle tot. Tot, hörst du?
I don't know what the heck he's saying, but I know there are some distortions in there. I'll try some of my old favorites.
Verstehst du denn nicht? Ich bin ein Nichts. Es gibt nur einen Bach und der ist tot.
Okay, is our man Wilhelm here even gonna know what we're saying? I just. Cause I don't know what he's saying. Is he gonna know what we're saying? We at the very earlier we got tote. No, sorry, no. Yeah, tote. Yeah, because remember the Momo had that joke abiento. Tod being German for death. Is it Toad or Toad? T-O-T or T-O-D? I'm not sure.
See, fellow, what you're doing there is labeling. Well, those are some nasty sounding words.
Meine Worte bedeuten nichts. Meine Musik bedeutet nichts.
Okay, something about his music.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dang it. Well, shucks, I guess that's what I get for giving therapy to someone who didn't ask for it.
Or at least not in the language they speak.
I don't think these distortions are gonna do the job. Only one thing I can do can help.
Lass mich Englisch. Das ist ein Friedhof. Lass mich in Frieden leiden.
There, you're scared, I know. It's normal to be scared. You're right to be scared. There's a lot to be afraid of, friend, but not me. I would never think of hurting you.
Was machst du denn?
You don't gotta be alone, amigo. I got you.
Nicht allein?
Phil, I don't know your language, but I know a man who does. You wanna come with? We can get you some help.
Komm mit.
Yes, kommen Sie hier. Kommen Sie hier schnell.
That's right, fella. We can help you commit.
Komm mit. Jawohl.
Come on, compadre. Let's get you some help. And maybe a bath.
Maybe a haberdash or two.
Well, another case closed for Sam Walls.
Oh. Rescue a discontented child. All right.
And he looks shook out of his saddle to see another old vampire living in Leipzig. I think Bach Jr.'s in good hands, though. After a night of confronting ghouls in a graveyard, though, I just want to watch cartoons. Oh, death ain't so spooky. It can be fun.
Oh, so there's the centaur from the Signora, and the blood, and then the copy of Walden. I'm good.
Well, dang, might have a few daymares after that. Oh well, bedtime for Sam.
Yeah, I don't think we need to watch a public domain cartoons.
Good evening, my dear friend. I am looking forward to watching you work tonight.
Okay, so I found the Bachhasser. I tracked him down to the big old cemetery where all the goth types here like to, like all the goth types here like to have their annual hoedowns. Goths have hoedowns. So today I learned. Turns out the Bachhasser is Wilhelm Friedman Bach, Johann's son. Now I guess I was right on the money about the daddy issues. That fellow looked worse for the wear. Smelled like princess the one time she got into my baked beans. But Eddie's got him taken care of now. Got him a nice bath, new clothes, and now he's actually a pretty fine-looking gentleman. Reckon the goths here will be all over him once he gets his head on straight. I really do like helping folk. I can't imagine the stuff my gang would say about me now. Well, I mean, we were about to go back to the U.S. and confront the former, the gang leader who turned us, who apparently now is the head of a healthcare corporation. Unsurprisingly, but that might have to wait for the sequel.
I'm glad I can provide a little entertainment for a 3,000-year-old. It might not be that amusing to watch, though. Momo and Reza seem to be a little bit more accepting of each other's differences.
I believe it is so, but our relationship is always work. If we are properly living, or unliving, our humanity only becomes more complex with age.
I gotta confess, I'm a little out of my element in that department. I haven't had a real relationship since I died.
A pity for the vampire dating world that you are not part of it. It is bad out there, Samuel.
Voice of experience, huh?
At my age, I am the voice of experience by default. I only hope to learn from those experiences. In truth, I prefer to date mortals. Vampires tend to live in the past, but mortals have no option but to live in the present.
Maybe I can ask you a few questions about it.
And for age gaps, because Momo and Reza do have one. Are we gonna go after Johanna? Because for the record, I would be okay with that. I think she's pretty neat.
I've been meaning to ask. You're a heck of a lot older than Crimson. Ain't that a little weird?
Admittedly, yes. Crimson gets few of my references. She was not present for the end of antiquity, the classical world, the Dark Ages, feudalism, or imperialism.
Doesn't that create some problems? She's got a lot less experience than you do.
I cannot disrespect her for this. Her experience is unique to her, and that is what I try to appreciate. But I admit we are often frustrated with one another. She finds my resistance to technology difficult, but I was around for several industrial revolutions, so I do not see how she can be so cavalier about the dangers of technology. She is impatient about the slow advancement of human rights, like Reza, but I value her fiery spirit. Even you, my friend, have juvenile impatience at your tender vampire age, but this is what makes both you and Crimson attractive.
Part of what makes them so attractive, I assume.
You sure it just ain't the allure of young flesh?
Well, we are not supposed to say that part out loud. I suppose I seek to hold on to my youth and openness to the passage of time, just as Momo does.
Okay. Now we're gonna see Sam try to talk about sex. This is gonna go well.
So everyone knows we vampires are horny bastards. How does that change in a vampire relationship?
We get kinkier and more experimental. Our disgust at the unconventional lessens with familiarity. A relationship can be a safe space for a vampire to explore.
Oh, shucks, I don't think there's much wrong with conventional sex.
Are you sure you must return to the United States, my friend? There is much to explore here.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
And there we go.
Seems like our kind don't go in for monogamy much. Why is that?
Why settle?
Vampires are complex. We experience either a deep understanding or a deep rejection of our own humanity. It is highly unlikely that one person can fulfill all our needs.
Yeah, so if you have all the time in the world, and I guess if you have like the patience and the organizational skills, why not seek out the people who can fill the needs your primary can't? I think as the logic goes.
Crimson's younger partners provide her with something different from what an ancient vampire offers, and I feel no jealousy when she engages with them. And Crimson cannot fulfill certain desires of mine, not because of unwillingness, but because of simple biology and age. I will spare you the details.
Thanks for that.
Okay, so now now that we've fully sorted out the vampire birds and vampire bees.
Well, I think the best way for me to learn about vampire relationships is probably to be in one.
Are you looking for love, my friend?
Well, not looking exactly. But if a John Muir type lands in my lap, I ain't gonna turn him away.
Oh, Samuel, it has been more than 100 years since John Muir died.
Yeah, I know. I gotta move on. Like I said, I won't turn down an opportunity if it comes up.
I hope not, my friend. But hark, I believe I hear our couple approaching. Choose your distortions well.
Okay, so mind reading still locked in. Yeah, I think what we had last time worked pretty well. Yeah, always right. Fairness fallacy. Actually, labeling never seemed to come up. Nosferatu thinking yes. Did we I think we missed out on a should statement. So do we want to go should statement or labeling? Well, we didn't. Yeah, there was at least as much labeling as should statements. I think we'll let me pull a Sam here. We'll stick to our guns.
Got my tools ready. Time for some therapy.
Very good, Samuel. May your compassion and patience lead your clients to more contented nights.
Thanks, Andy. Evening, gentlemen. How we doing tonight?
Ugh. Salam, Mr. Waltz. I think I'm feeling good tonight.
Well, that's a change. Usually Momo is the sanguine one.
I'm glad to hear that, Reza. You all right there, Momo?
No, I am not all right. And I believe I have you to blame for it.
Me? Well, what did I do?
You put all sorts of funny ideas into dear Reza's head. And now he has lost his mind thanks to you.
I put funny ideas into it. Now he has lost his... Well, you don't know that.
Reza's journey is his alone. You merely eased it.
You put all sorts of funny ideas into dear Reza's head. And now he has lost his mind thanks to you.
Reza's journey is his alone.
You put all sorts of funny ideas into dear Reza's head.
Reza's journey is his...
You put all...
What I've been doing here is reflecting the things you two have been saying. You can lay blame on me, but that's ignoring what brought y'all here in the first place.
Let us review the order of events. Reza was a rational vampire. We came to therapy, now he is not. Who else am I supposed to blame?
Amigo, you came here for reasons I had nothing to do with. Maybe we better lay our cards on the table. What's been going on? Why do you think Reza's lost his mind?
Well, go ahead, Reza. Take your shirt off and show the man what you have done to yourself.
Well, all right.
Hey, that's a fine tattoo, friend. I ain't never been inked myself. A little afraid of needles. What's it mean?
Is it what? Is that a? I can't quite tell what that is.
They're koi fish. They go with the flow, but they don't stop being what they are.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, there's the tail there, and it wraps around, and there's a tail there. Okay, interesting.
Hey, I like that. That's a great perspective. You want to accept the world for what it is without compromising yourself.
Yes, that is why I incorporated my bullet holes. I died for my cause because I care about it, and I always will. I can still be myself and make an impact on the world without expecting to completely change it.
Okay, seems like Reza's making progress.
Well, dang, Reza. That's a beautiful way of looking at things.
Is it? You should hear the mail that comes from his beautiful mouth now. The world belongs to those who let go. He whose desires or few gets them. He whose desires or many goes astray. My dear Reza has fallen from reason and breathed the opiate of the masses, religion, into his dead lungs.
Why are you so angry? I finally listened to you, to both of you. I am learning to accept what I cannot change.
I am upset because I thought I was dating a freethinker like myself, not one who quotes from ancient books.
As opposed to ancient pamphlets and newspapers that you wrote?
Well, what's he talking about, Reza? You find some kind of religion?
Well, yes. I think I have been looking for answers for a long time, and I started to find them in the Tao Te Ching.
Ugh, I thought you were an intelligent man, but here you are believing in yet another sky daddy that will only hurt you.
Reza is no different a man than he was when last you saw him, but Momo cannot see past his newfound faith.
Ugh, I saw
Momo buddy Reza here is looking more content, and he says he's feeling more content. Is finding some kind of faith only bad for him?
Yes, there is contentment in reason alone because only reason is true.
Maybe that works for you, but it ain't gonna work for everyone. If belief gives Reza peace, why wouldn't you want that?
Ugh, that is the way a peasant thinks. Religion is used to keep your kind from rebelling against their lords.
Well, maybe it was sometimes, but it don't sound like religion was forced on Reza. What do you say, Reza?
I'm not even religious. I'm just trying to find my peace with the world and understand my place in it. Why is that bad? You were right, Momo. I was getting so angry about things I couldn't change. But I am still here. I'm still me. I still believe in the fight for freedom, but I need to accept my place in that fight.
You're not wrong about that, darling. But I cannot believe that you would turn your back on reason to do it.
Reason told me that the universe is wrong and broken. The Tao tells me that the universe simply is.
Okay, I think... Yeah, so... The writing here is making Momo out to be a very... almost kind of a straw man Reddit atheist. I don't know how I feel about that.
Do you hear him? He sounds like a monk. He has given up on being a part of the world and now lives outside it.
I have done no such thing. I am just trying to make peace with my place in the world.
And the way to do that is to become a sheeple?
Label it.
Amigo, you slapped him with a label there. Is it fair to reduce Reza to a sheeple? Heck, does a sheeple even work? Sheeple should be more than one sheep person.
Okay, he is one of the sheeple. He has lost independent thought.
That's your take. But Reza doesn't sound like any zealot to me. And remember, you can't know his mind.
I understand now, I think. You don't respect people who don't think the way you do.
I don't respect people who spurn reason as the one true God.
Okay, yeah, this is very much a caricature of an atheist.
Don't you understand? You are just as dogmatic as the ones who took over my country. You started the cult of reason for the sole purpose of mocking your fellow humans. I'm not surprised they cut off your head.
Oh, you like that I was beheaded, do you? Yes, they cut off my head because reason is the most terrifying thing in the world to the chained mind. And I would go through it again. In fact, I invite them to cut off my head again and again.
Why? What does it get you? Fine, you are smarter than everyone else. Now what? What does it make better? You think I am a fool. You disrespect me. You think I'm no different from a mullah or an inquisitor.
Again, assuming facts, not an evidence.
Whoa, I'll stop you there, Reza. I know you're feeling judged, but you're mind reading here and going to extremes.
No, I'm afraid he isn't. It's true. I don't respect him, not anymore.
Oh, then we're done here.
You serious? Reza finding a little piece has made you really see him differently?
It would be ridiculous for me to see him otherwise. I am a man of reason.
Then I feel sorry for you, Momo. You're an intelligent man. You have a deep understanding of the world, and that made you so attractive to me. But maybe you aren't curious about understanding other people. I think we both know this relationship has been over for a while.
I would have been content if you had simply adapted to the cold embrace of reason as I have. We could have enjoyed intellectual pursuits together for eternity.
I will only ever be me, Momo.
That is a shame. Very well, therapist. I hope you are happy. You've destroyed the relationship.
Hombre, I ain't here to save or destroy your relationship. I'm here to find reality, no matter what it is. Man of reason ought to appreciate that, right?
I suppose so. It seems that reality bites, with fangs sharper than my own.
That's it then. Maybe it is better that we find our own paths.
Well, I mean, if you don't respect each other, yeah, and that's a pretty fundamental building block for a relationship.
Perhaps my needs are better fulfilled elsewhere.
I mean, we don't have to end that part of our relationship.
Indeed, no. It would be a pity if I could not see that airy chest again.
You mean this one?
Yes, that one. Your animal side should still be intact, yes?
I am the same person, Momo.
Oh, well, then this is acceptable.
I will still move out. A castle is too much for me, but I think we can still have fun.
You two gonna be okay then?
I imagine so. I will be Momo, Reza will be Reza. Reason says it cannot be otherwise.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't have a fairy tale ending here, but if we're not fighting reality, I think we're doing the prudent thing.
Yeah, hello, Goofy. Yes, the Vampire Therapist is back. They came out with a DLC this week, and I thought Valentine's Day would be the perfect time to bust it out.
If y'all need me, I'll be here for you.
Thank you. I think I would like a therapist.
I'll give you my Vmail address. Well, I guess we're done here, huh?
Yes. It is sad, but I am relieved.
That's just how life goes sometimes, ain't it? All right, you two, I'll let you get going then. I hope the new arrangement will be good for both of you.
Yeah, are you feeling better, Goofy? Last I heard from you, you were still under the weather.
Well, I suppose I'll still get what I want. Very well, therapist. Bonne nuit to you.
And Khodafez.
An unexpected end to the evening, but perhaps the best one we could hope for.
Yeah, give me that old-time religion, help a client find a new path. Well...
Reza seems to have found some measure of peace, and Momo is not ready to be flexible in his thinking yet. It is common among our kind.
So I'm discovering. I wish I could have helped them two find some kind of middle ground, though.
It isn't up to you, my dear. A couple is not a unit, but one and one.
You are doing better. Good. Tired. Yeah, understandable.
And who knows? Perhaps in 1,000 years, Momo and Reza will be a wonderful couple.
Relationships ain't easy in life or death, I reckon. But this was probably a growing experience for both of them. Truth be told, even though it didn't work out, I'm a little envious.
It need not be so, Samuel. I am certain that there are many who would love to experience a passionate, compassionate cowboy.
People like up to 3 in the morning, going in and out, being up. Really? On a weekday? Or are these the kind of undergrads who they cram all their classes into like Monday through Thursday or Monday through Wednesday? They try to have as many days off as they can. But still, that is deeply disrespectful. And again, I know we've had this talk before, but I mean, if that's the kind of thing that keeps up, I mean, that's the sort of thing that building management is supposed to be. Well, I don't know about supposed to be. Like, it's the kind of thing that building management should be willing to step in and take care of. Because I think, didn't you say there are actual quiet hours? I think if I'm remembering you describing your situation, and if people are disrespecting like the social contract and keeping you from being able to sleep, that they should step in. You did talk to them. Okay, good. He said he'll talk to them. Okay, well, We'll see if that talking to has any affects any change. But well, get some good sleep over the weekend then, because it sounds like you are in need of it.
Oh, shucks, boss. If it happens, it happens. I ain't in no rush.
Then I hope you will be caught by surprise, my dear. Well, I will leave you to it. Tonight is the last night of Bachfest. I hope you will go out and enjoy the music.
I will. Now that Wilhelm's in good hands, I can relax and enjoy it.
Do so, my friend. Your evening off is well earned. Rest in peace.
Another group who sat outside your door having got until 2 a.m. Good grief.
Well, I was hopeful for them too, fellas, but I think Reza's just outgrown Momo.
And this was a different group. You kept hearing one of the girls from the first group shush. Good grief. So they know they're supposed to be quiet, but they still go about doing it. Like, don't these people have rooms? Can't they like pile into there? At least then, like, the noise might be somewhat contained. Okay, session 5. Well, shucks. Seems Momo and Reza found an arrangement, but they ain't gonna be partners no more. Reza's exploring religion, and that's just a bridge too far for Momo. Reza seems to be focusing on himself more than changing the whole world. I think Momo will be happy either way. He gets to ride out on his high horse. I reckon this was the right decision to make. Kind of funny how the younger are better at growing than the elderly. Good reminder to question myself when I'm always right. Okay, yeah. I don't... Maybe it's an exaggerated kind of caricature of the online atheist. I don't know if I love the writing in the DLC as much as the base game, but we'll see. They're in and out of the fire escape, going to outside to smoke, and you're upset the fire exits to death every 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunate location for... Yeah, if they're gonna keep running in and out, and they can't smoke out of a window, apparently.
Love ain't easy for us immortals, but I gotta hope. What do you think, Johann? Think there's any hope for us old folks?
Talking to dead men again?
Johanna! I like her.
Johanna, hey! I was hoping I'd see you again tonight. That was a mighty fine flute playing you did the other night.
Thank you, Sam. You're an old soul, I think. I wasn't surprised you liked Bach.
Well, the man certainly had a gift.
Did you end up finding his children?
Yeah, I did actually. I think they're in a better place now.
Being dead is in a better place?
Oh, it ain't so bad. You get used to it after a while, right?
You're a very odd duck. Has anyone ever told you that?
I don't think so, but I like the sound of it.
Then you are a very odd duck, Sam.
You gotta tell me something, though. How do you play the flute like that with fangs?
Fangs? You don't know how to play the flute at all, do you, Sam?
Clearly not. Oh, so you rebooked, that's your change room, and you want to be on the opposite side of the hall, as far away from the lift as possible, you don't walk by your room. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, it's if people are going to insist on going in and out in all hours, probably using the lift at all hours, that would be a lot to deal with. So I guess... And you rebooked and you asked to change the room. Okay, so what are the odds that you might get that rebooking? Oh no, she is a flautist, so she's got sheet music rolled up in there. Also, hey Andrea, good to see you. Welcome. Ooh, Andrea. Small bit of news. Also, let me give Andrea a proper welcome here. We'll do this first. But good to see you as always, Andrea. Are you back from Florida, or are you still doing the vacation thing?
All right. I knew I had to get. What the fuck?
Okay, I think I remember this clip.
What am I looking at right now? What is happening? What is this? Is this a crazy gooch shot? What is the anatomy on display? Dante, I know, it's fucked up.
Oh, you're back. Oh, you're back. Oh, great. Good. Okay, you trying to get you the room you want, ask you what you decide. You don't care, just get you away from the lift. Like, are you sure you don't care about the view? He's nice. Okay, well, it's good. It's good that Nacho was taking the aesthetics into account. Oh, and thank you as well for the contribution to 12 hours, the 12 hours of Trooper Challenge, Goofy. Yeah, but we are still doing the Channel Point fundraising for the 12-hour stream. I'm probably going to extend the challenge since I'm not going to be here after Sunday for a couple weeks.
You just bring the head to your lips, loosen your jaw, and blow.
Johanna, my goodness. You want some? Okay, well, yeah, hopefully the move gets you what you want. So we can go Berkshire, Jibbity or Oh yeah, I'm going on I'm going on vacation going on vacation starting Monday. I'll be back on the 28th.
Would you like me to teach you how to play Bach, Sam?
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Oh, very much, ma'am. Very much. I'm afraid I'm heading back to the States soon, though.
So am I. But we don't need to worry about that right now. Bach will play all night. What do you say, partner?
Okay, is this even a choice? I mean, you got a intensely passionate, old-timey, extremely skilled musician who's clearly interested in you. And she's wearing glasses. How could Sam, my dude, take the W?
You got a point. We don't control the future. All we got is now.
So what should we do with now?
There's something I love doing more than anything. Something I usually do alone, but right now, I'd love to have you join me.
Oh? What's that, Sam?
Johanna, I'd be honored if you'd take a walk with me.
Why, I'd be tickled pink, sir.
Oh. And they look absolutely delighted to be together. That's fantastic. Oh, right. So, Andrea, so the news. I have booked flights and hotel for Salem. So, barring something unforeseen, I will be there for Salem Horror Fest, and we can take another crack at hanging out again. Because it just so happens that Salem is going to be the week after my stepmom's memorial service, so I was able to get the flights lined up just so. That's it. Oh, look, the Bach Institute Leipzig. Gee, I can't imagine why they might have had some input. Oh, if you're reading this, we think you're awesome. We would probably be friends IRL. Thank you for supporting Little Bat Games. Hey, but yeah, so that was the couples therapy DLC. Okay, I was not the biggest fan of the way Momo was written, but beyond that, I appreciate that. I did like it. Yes, Goofy. I'm gonna fly back to Nebraska for the memorial service. I'll spend some time with family, and then I will pop out to Boston, and I'll see the lovely little town of Salem, and I'll make sure to go to was it UFO Pizza? Comet Pizza? Whatever? No, not Comet Pizza. That thing in DC. No, the sci-fi themed pizza parlor where I got the Captain Picard last time. And I'm gonna have another one because I like that. Actually, there's a lot of places in Salem I want to go back to. I want to see the museum again. I want to go back to Red's sandwich shop. And there's a lot of stuff I didn't see. And then there are also some things I'm very happy to have had one and done, like the Witch Museum, which was just underwhelming. Yeah, I think Andrea, weren't you and Alex invited to the pizza joint? I think I remember you saying that at some point. Yeah, it's good. Solid recommend. The U.S. is the only place where you get asked questions at immigration. Yeah, I can believe it. Here they don't care. And back home, the most they ask is how long you're staying, but when you see your residence stamp. Okay, but anyway, so the couples therapy DLC came out this week. But since we last played this game, I think before tonight, last time we played Vampire Therapist was in August, and in between, they also came out with some smaller stories that gives a little backstory, a little insight into Andromachos and his life. So I thought while we're here, we'll take a peek at some of those too. So we'll start with the Blood of Troy. Okay, and again, after the main Vampire Therapist story, which we have done, so we're good there. You guys are talking to you in Spanish. Well, it's maybe you thought you had a little.
My dear, thank you for making the time to speak with me.
You thought you had a little of the Afro-Cuban, maybe. I don't know.
Come on, Andy. I've got all eternity. I've always got time for you.
Yeah, for someone who is going back to the U.S. to get closure and hunting down the leader of his former gang, Sam seems to be sticking around in Leipzig quite a while.
An elder vampire such as I should not need your time, but I have been rather foolish of late and disappointingly powerless against my own cognitive distortions.
Whoa, Chief, slow down. I can't catch up with all the cognitive distortions you're shooting right now.
I know. I have been neglectful of my own mental health, and that is why I wish to speak to you tonight.
You're coming from Spain. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe that's a decent shout. You're getting caught up in your mail. You have a stack of promo stuff. You have that heart eyes. It sounds familiar, but I don't know why. So I would have to say I have to say no, Andrea. But please do tell. You watched a vampire horror movie on the plane. Which vampire horror movie did you watch, Goofy? Was it? It wasn't Twilight, was it?
Before you came to learn from me, I was the only vampire therapist. But now that you have been trained, I wish to ask for your help.
Me? Andy, you said it yourself. I'm a baby vampire. How am I supposed to be your therapist? Also, ain't it kind of weird to have your own client as a therapist?
You haven't seen it either, but a vibrator as swag. That's aggressive. Do I want to know how it plays into the story? Or into the movie? Huh. You said horror, okay, Abigail. Oh, Abigail! Oh, dang it. Is that... Okay, is Abigail the doll movie, or is it the one with the orphan? Right? Yeah, that is very odd. Could you even post that on Insta if you wanted to? Maybe if you put like a big red sticker that says educational on it, maybe that'll pass muster. I don't know. It's hard to tell these days.
To be a therapist is not a position of power over another, my friend. Naturally, I think a different therapist would be preferable, but you are here, and I understand your style. I believe you will be an excellent guide for my thoughts.
Oh, the ballerina vampire. Okay. Now things are starting to click. Okay. Now that sounds familiar. Interesting. So what did you think of it, Goofy?
Well, if you think it'd be all right, of course I'm here to talk. I've been worried about you.
I am sorry for that. It has just been emotionally difficult to see how my past, much like myself, refuses to be buried. But perhaps my efforts to bury my past have been the problem. I wish to unburden myself to you, Samuel.
Strangest promo item you've ever seen? I would imagine so. It's like what did it displace? What was the strangest promo item you'd received before a vibrator?
I promise it will not take 3,000 years.
Aw.
I suppose you should pick what cognitive distortions I am likely to exhibit. I think we both know what my chief distortion is. As reformed vampires, we have similar mindsets.
Disqualifying the positive?
It's disqualifying the positive. I guess it comes with the territory of being former bad guys.
It shall ever be our crucifix to bear. What other distortions do you think I need help with?
Good. A lot of blood. I said one of them died. The plot was a bit confusing. NC kind of rushed to tie up loose ends. Okay. I mean, yeah, I can believe that. Still, I mean, I will. I was gonna say, I'm about to get on a plane myself. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for that one. But I don't know if Cathay Pacific would have that on it or not. Guess we'll find out soon. Okay, so disqualifying the positive, locked in. Let's see. He doesn't do much labeling. Okay, if the 3,000-year-old vampire, probably gonna think he's right at least a fair bit of the time. Should Stimus, good overall useful. Nosferatu thinking also good overall useful. And maybe, do you want to throw in the control fallacy? Maybe assuming control where we have none, or assuming we have no control when we actually have some. Let's try those.
Okay, Andy, I think I'm ready to talk.
You didn't have a screen at your seat for either of your flights too. Really? No? Oh, so did you not have like a... so Toronto to Florida wasn't long enough to have in-seat entertainment? Or maybe the airline just didn't have... Okay. Yeah, actually that's more of a... now that I think about that, more believable than I was originally going with. Thank you for Steam Deck. Yeah, Steam Deck. I will probably be, burning through a fair number of podcasts too, on my flight. I've got probably 10 hours ahead of me, something like that.
Do you mind if we play a game while we speak? Much of what I will recall will be difficult to talk about.
Well, sure thing, Andy. What'd you have in mind?
Air Canada there, WestJet home. Yeah, I've heard very mixed things about Air Canada. The only things I usually hear are from people who have lots of complaints about it, but they do tend to be cheap at least, so there is that.
Let us play a little Settlers of Wallachia.
Sure thing, Chief. Kind of funny how everything we do has to be vampire themed, but I'm game.
Air Canada lets you take Dante out of his care. I mean, I guess that's fine. So, did I assume Dante very much enjoyed the freedom?
We cannot escape our natures, as Dr. Drain might say. What would you like your first move to be?
I have not played Settlers of Wallachia, or I guess the mortal equivalent Settlers of Catan. So, build defenses, decorate my castle, or harvest blood. I mean, if we're if we're leaning into the whole vampire oeuvre, may just go straight to harvesting blood.
I think I'll harvest some blood. Never know when you might need some for a rainy day.
Indeed, there is nothing like sitting by a warm fire listening to the rain with a cup of warmed blood.
2.5 hours in bed. Yeah, it's not terrible. Longer would I imagine it would try some people's patience. Dante barked at everyone who walked past. Dante, come on now.
Now then, let me tell you the story of my early days as a vampire. Here, perhaps this will tell you something of my origins. Please be careful with it. It's nearly as old as I am.
Okay. Well, see, the spear point is pointing down, so we're reaching down to them rather than they throwing them down. Or did we throw them down onto the spear and they just traveled all the way down? Hard to tell. If you do that, it's going to have a charging outlet. Oh, I see.
Dang, this thing belongs in a museum.
One could argue the same about us, my friend. But this vase has emotional value to me. This poor vampire with a spear in his chest, his name was Machariel. He was my bloodfather, and the love of my short life.
Oh. 3 dogs are running at you, barking. Oh yeah, they don't bite. Just what you don't know they don't bite. Come on now. How is the average person supposed to know? My dog is very well behaved. Don't ignore them charging at you. No, that goes against all of our evolutionary teachings.
He was 6,000 years old when we met. He knew secrets from another age. He taught me how civilization had restrained the human animal. We did not even need to speak. He could communicate poetry with a single glance. This is the night he was killed by the Trojans. They attacked us in our sleep. I woke up to their laughter and his sweet blood splashing across my face.
Oh,
shit. Dang, Andy. I can't imagine how traumatized you must have been. Your heart must have been broken to pieces.
No, I did not allow myself to mourn. If I shed a single tear, it would have been my end. The pain I felt was so heartrending. I knew it would be my permanent death.
Okay, that if I shed a single tear, it would have been my... Yeah, that feels like very much black and white thinking.
Chief, that sounds a little extreme. Emotional pain is real pain, but it doesn't kill on its own. I got no doubt that dealing with your partner's death would have hurt for a real long time. But people have been losing their partners since before we had words to speak with. And they all survived that pain.
Well, most of them did.
Yes, I was young, Samuel. Like Edmund, I believed my pain was above all other pain. It is difficult to challenge a young vampire's extreme emotions. I could not face my own sorrow, and so I turned my still heart toward anger and vengeance alone. And my vengeance was mighty indeed. I tortured Mechariel's killers, of course, but this did not cool my blood for even a moment. I was resolved to taint their entire race. I planted a seed of darkness in the Trojan people that would blossom into a corrupted Roman Empire.
That's assuming a lot of control.
Hold your horses there, boss. You saying you caused the fall of the Roman Empire?
Yes, the Trojans made Mechariel bleed, so I ensured that their fields were sown with blood, and all their harvests would taste of death. Their empire would be tainted from the start, built on suffering, and I aimed to ensure they would suffer.
I guess men really always have been thinking about the Roman Empire, but that's a lot to swallow, Chief. I don't know that one man can bring down an empire.
Ha! Topical humor.
Perhaps, but I can draw a direct link from my actions to the tainted history of Rome. Mythology says that it was Athena who brought down Troy, but it was I. You see, it was I who eliminated the opposition to letting the Trojan horse into the city of Troy. I'd like to show you a painting I commissioned of this event. I think you would appreciate.
Yeah, there's horses, aren't there?
Well, dang, that is one beautiful horse.
There we go. We know the way to Sam's heart.
I thought you would appreciate the craftsmanship. We men of war love our horses.
Hey, I'm a man of peace now, and I love horses even more. What's it say on the side of the horse?
Faladum votum. It means a gift or sacrifice of Pallas.
What's Pallas?
Historians might tell you it is a pseudonym for Athena, and the gift of the Trojan horse was in her name.
Saying, yeah, there's more than a few double entendres, or not even even just some single entendres too.
That was not my meaning. Let me explain. After the fall of Troy, the Trojans were led by a man named Aeneas, though I usually thought of him as Enos.
Oh, got him.
Real mature, Chief.
Come now, Samuel, I was young. Anyway, Aeneas was the ideal the Trojans wished to live up to. He was extraordinarily handsome, strong, and wise. Not a mindless killer like those who killed my Mechariel. But I would reveal this ideal to be false. I knew the mind of Aeneas. He was a Trojan, and like all Trojans, selfish and cruel. I would prove there was nothing redeemable about a Trojan.
Okay, well, there's definitely labeling going on there, and probably some mind reading too, but we skip both of those. Control?
Oh, but Chief, before a Trojan's a Trojan, they're a human. Maybe Trojan culture taught some of them to be a certain way, but being Trojan ain't in anyone's blood. Besides, ain't it you who's always reminded me that vampires don't have nationalities?
You are of course correct, my friend. Aeneas was born a human, not a Trojan. But I wished to hurt him and all his people. After the siege of Troy, the Trojans were a landless people. They drifted across the Mediterranean to the great city of Carthage in northern Africa.
I would say how'd that work out for him, but I actually know.
Carthage was run by Queen Dido, and even then, women proved more stable rulers. Her people were happy and content and did not fear the immigrant Trojans. They welcomed the wayward foreigners and invited them to settle in Carthage. They were offered fields to farm in, protection, and a fair place in the city.
That's an unusually kind of a welcoming and moderate approach, given whenever I went up against Dido in Civilization 6, she's the war declaring type, at least in my experience.
Indeed, Dido herself fell deeply in love with Aeneas, and he with her. It seemed the Trojans had found their peace, but for me this was not fair. Why should the Trojans live in peace? Why should they smile when I wept for Mechariel? I believed they should suffer.
Okay, well, yeah, there's a fairness fallacy in there as well, but
there's a lot about the world that ain't fair, Andy. Expecting fairness or that things should be a certain way ain't respecting that reality. I think you were trying to create your own reality, but that's a pretty tall order.
Very perceptive, Samuel. If only I had you around back then to share your wisdom, though perhaps I was not ready to receive it. I could only think of hurting the Trojans. I made certain that Aeneas and his Trojans would no longer be welcome in Carthage. I seduced pure Aeneas. He was not so pure when I was done with him. Seduction was always a great skill of mine.
I can't imagine why that might be the case. I mean, that visage, that style, that voice.
I never would have guessed.
But I made sure that Queen Dido saw us. She adored Aeneas, and I broke that poor woman in my lust for vengeance. Aeneas could not face her again, and so set sail with his people away from the land that had so warmly welcomed them. Queen Dido built for herself a mighty pyre, and even from 3 leagues away, Aeneas was forced to see his love burn in the fire of her sorrow. He could not hide his shame from me, nor his tears. To me, they were beautiful.
Oof, that is dark.
Holy shit, Chief. I get that hurt people, but dang, you could have turned it down a notch.
Oh, that was not even the end of my vengeance.
Oh, did he convince the Romans to go after Carthage in the Punic Wars and salt the earth?
But first, I believe it is your turn to settle Wallachia. What are you going to do?
Okay, so hiss at my enemies, buy sexy leather outfits, or destroy mirrors. I don't know. What do we think, chat? Destroy mirrors, buy sexy outfits, or hiss at our enemies? I don't even... Okay, there probably is some achievement linked to this. But is it actually, central to the plot? I don't know that it is. Okay, if, win or lose, we should probably look good doing it, right? Andrea says hiss. Okay, a little intimidation, little put the fear of us into them. Okay, I'm open to that.
I think I'll make like an ornery goose and hiss at my enemies.
At least we do not honk. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. The Trojans left Carthage for the northern Mediterranean. In the land we now know as Italy, Aeneas met a noble Greek man named Evander, and to my dismay, they set aside the horrors of the Trojan War and became allies. Evander's people were warring with a local tribe, the Rutulians, led by a bloodthirsty boy named Turnus. In the dark of night, I joined with Turnus. I trained his people in the art of war. I taught Turnus how to fight as a man who fears neither death nor shame. In the ensuing battles, the child of Evander, Pallas, was killed by Turnus, despite Aeneas' protection. Aeneas was enraged that his peace with the noble Greek Evander was threatened, and so, day after day, he slaughtered Rutulians until Turnus' people became afraid and began to turn against their leader. Knowing that Turnus would lose, I convinced him to challenge Aeneas to single combat, a final battle. But Turnus would only lose his life. I was determined that Aeneas and the Trojans would lose their souls.
Okay, so we're not claiming credit for the assaulting of Carthage. That's good.
I convinced Turnus to wear the belt of Pallas, the child of Evander he had killed, as a trophy. As I predicted, Aeneas easily defeated Turnus, ending the war against the Rutulians. But as Aeneas extended his hand in mercy, he saw the belt of Pallas, and that mercy melted away. He drove his spear into Turnus' chest, and Rome was so founded, not in mercy, but in blood. So you see, Samuel, I was the cause of Rome's bloodlust. Every cruel emperor, every colonial injustice, even the spectacle of the gladiators, they were my doing.
Yeah, that's a big shout there, Chief.
Oh, but Chief, that's assuming way more power and blame than you can take credit for. You hurt them Trojans, sure enough, in ways they couldn't erase. But you can't suggest that you created the morality of people who weren't even born yet.
I understand this now, but I do not wish to erase the part in Roman history I had. After all, this was only the beginning of my evil deeds against the people who once called themselves Trojans. I'm sure you would agree that the things I did to the Trojans were horrific. Because of the loss of my lover, I aim to taint the soul of an entire people. In the last 200 years, I have done significant acts of good. I have uplifted the poor. I fought the scourge of fascism. I have helped vampires find the peace that was so elusive to me. But the good I do now is washed in the blood of millennia. And all that good shall be lost in time, like drops of blood in the vein.
Okay, I mean, we're swinging for some Blade Runner there, but no, all that good is washed away. No, don't you disqualify the positive.
But Andy, who asked you to compare those evils to the good you do? Is the Andy of today gonna do more of them evils?
He will certainly aim not to.
So why are you cutting him down? Would it be better if he didn't commit acts of good? Do you need to remind him he's evil every 5 minutes? Or is that disqualifying the positive?
You see why I also need a therapist. Knowledge of cognitive distortions does not mean that I am immune to them.
So you've taught me. But I like the Andy I know, so I'll thank you kindly not to be such an asshole to him.
Crimson does say that she likes Imarnak to be an asshole-free zone. I would not wish to disappoint her. But regard well, I have claimed all of your souls, and am now the Voivode of Wallachia.
Oh shucks, these German board game rules are so complicated.
And I have had thousands of years of experience in the art of war, my friend. Next time, press your advantage. You may do a little better. But for now, let us go down and party. I am DJing tonight, and it is time to get down and boogie, as the children of the night will say.
Will they, though?
Oh, are the mortals still saying that?
I don't actually know, but I am ready to let off some steam. Come, my friend, the night awaits.
Okay, so that was that was a crisp little bit of back. Okay, so Spanish night. Okay, so they must have released these piecemeal. Well, it just so happens we have access to Spanish nights. So I say we press on. Is we're still so that was all about Troy, Greece, and Rome. So we're just wandering around the Mediterranean still.
Hello, Samuel.
Evening, Chief. You doing all right? You sound a little down.
In truth, my friend, I have been dreading this evening. I appreciate your taking the time to point out my cognitive distortions, but there are some elements of my past that are especially painful to sort through.
Your tattoo, or opposed to a tattoo that you really want. Okay, well, one, what is the design, and two, are you going to get it somewhere your parents will notice?
Hey, we were both bad guys, Andy, but we're not anymore, and that's what matters.
This is true. Cognitive distortions are by nature illogical, but I have you to help me clear them up.
Okay, no, Andrea is just offering her opinion. The ultimate decision comes down to you and your pocketbook. It's like a metal teapot with I'm gonna say tulips. You are thinking ribs or okay. All right, I will defer. I have no knowledge of the world of tattoos or where is a good place to get them. Although I was in a stream earlier today, and I think I did hear that apparently the foot is the most painful place to get a tattoo. There's not a lot of padding there, so I will defer to Andrea and her expertise in all things tattoo. You're getting a tattoo in Salem. Oh, do you have one in mind, Andrea, or are you just gonna see what's available when you get there?
You should decide what distortions you'd like to focus on tonight, so that we may begin our work.
Okay. I think what we went with last time seemed to go pretty okay. Yeah, always right. Nosferatu thinking should, and We had a lot of the control fallacy. You have 4 on your arm, but they're all fine. Like this was micro-realism? Micro-realism? Okay.
I think these will suit me fine. Lay it on me, boss.
It is time for me to stop delaying. I suppose you might be able to guess what aspect of my past is giving me such distress.
The anus joke? No, that's from last time. All the horses you've loved? It's definitely not his slutty past. He wouldn't feel the least bit bad about that. No, it's probably Heinrich Kramer. So this is the. I think this is the. I think this is someone Andromachos turned, if I remember the main story correctly.
You're thinking about Heinrich Kramer, ain't you?
Yes. My actions 600 years ago bring me no end of shame and regret. I have never truly processed what I did. I have sought to distance myself from Heinrich Kramer, but that is exactly what Edmund Kean tried to do with his past. I am no different from him.
Okay, not that. I'm no different. No, don't think so.
Boss, I think you've already taken the first trip into Distortion Town. You've got more self-awareness than Eddie Keane had. You've been doing the work for centuries. You're doing some Nosferatu thinking, saying you're in the same place as he was. You got a ways to go before you're half as dramatic as Eddie anyway.
Perhaps you are correct, my friend. The past is by nature impossible to change, but the same does not apply to my present. Very well. I am not Edmund Keane. It is time to face my past.
Although if he did want to dress up in that clown outfit, I wouldn't stop him.
I will summon my emotional strength and accept my part in Heinrich's development as a monster. I believe the 1400s were my worst century. I had professionally killed so many by then, and I was so good at it that I no longer felt that dark adrenaline that accompanies life-taking. I felt nothing. If I no longer felt anything at the taking of a life, did life matter at all?
Okay, that's definitely some black and white thinking.
Poor Eddie. His feelings are getting in the way of his thinking, I can tell.
If I no longer felt anything at the taking of a life, did life matter at all?
Poor Eddie.
If I no longer...
Boss, your feeling, or lack of feeling, didn't make reality. How you felt about the value of someone else's life didn't amount to a hill of beans. Heck, maybe that was unemotional reasoning.
Or perhaps anti-emotional reasoning. Yes, I projected my emotional emptiness onto the world. In order to combat this feeling of emptiness, I transitioned from a simple vampire into a far more terrible monster. I became what is known in modern times as a troll.
Okay, 1, labeling, that's new. 2, like in internet troll, or?
I have observed many trolls throughout history. It is a common fate for those who fail to find purpose. Ironically, it is often those who are most privileged who become agents of cruel chaos.
Definitely can't see any relation to current events in that statement. I don't know why someone would even think that.
Oh, like that billionaire fellow who runs all them companies but spends all his time being a low-down varmint online. I'm blanking on his name.
I have no idea what this is referring to.
I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the man.
Exactly, me too.
I think that'd piss him off more than anything.
It makes sense for a mortal billionaire to act in this way. Being so powerful yet feeling your impotence on a global stage is a strange kind of pain. Heinrich Kramer was such a man. I was doing business in the southern regions of the Holy Roman Empire when I met him in a tavern. He was drunkenly ranting and raving about the sin of Eve, how women were the cause of all evil, that witches surrounded us. He had gathered quite an audience, who delighted in egging him on to sound even more ridiculous. By the end of the night, he was spouting some nonsense about how breasts were chest horns, and that all women possessed a sacral hump indicating a vestigial tail.
Okay, now I'm remembering the main story now. So I think Heinrich Kramer, I think, is the guy who went on to write the Malleus Maleficarum as the guy who sparked the the witch trials, and lots of death all across Europe.
Wait, what? Was this fella serious?
It was like a stand-up comedy show, but with more vomiting and misquoted Bible verses.
So, like an open mic comedy show.
But I was very old already. I saw through the humor, through the true hatred beneath. I cannot believe I ever saw value in such a fallen one. I ought to be ashamed.
You didn't think I'd miss that should statement just because you said ought instead of should, did you? There's only one man assigning that should, and that's you, Chief. You're the one shoulding all over yourself.
You speak truly. I have conjured up quite the should storm.
Yep, you're shoulding all over the place, but we gotta wipe that up and see things as they are.
The metaphor is getting a little too visceral now. I will continue.
Thank you.
Heinrich was already an influential friar in the Dominican order, with ties going all the way up to the Vatican. But his hatred was childish and personal. His persecution of witches failed because he seemed entirely petty. I functioned as his mentor and press relations manager.
Oh, a PR person. A PR person vampire. Ugh.
Wait, so you were a warrior, an assassin, and a PR guy?
Is it so ridiculous? Assassinations are often public relations moves. Dictators have their critics killed for professional reasons, not just personal ones. Anyway, I turned his rambling manifestos into something more grounded. We made a scholarly appeal to Pope Innocent VIII to condemn witches, and he was only too glad to issue a papal bull.
What's a papal bull?
It's a memo issued by the Pope to alert Christians to new positions or doctrines of the Church. In this papal bull of 1484, the Pope condemned those who consorted with devils, incubi, and succubi, and those who cast spells.
It does sound like a bunch of bull.
You are not the first to think so. This papal bull was largely ignored. Pope Innocent VIII was not a well-regarded pope. At this time in his life, he was a frail old man, mostly surviving on the breast milk of teenaged girls. He was far from a spiritual authority.
Oh, it was one of those Vaticans, I see.
Oh, yuck. I'm starting to see where the Puritans came from.
The late 1400s often mirror our current times, I find. Intensely concentrated power does terrible things to men, especially when they feel threatened. Heinrich was intensely disappointed when this papal bull did not result in the widespread persecution of women. I encouraged him to intensify his efforts. Had it not been for my encouragement, perhaps the Inquisitions of the time would never have happened.
But you don't know that.
I think you're laying too much of the blame on yourself, Chief. Yeah, you played your part in Heinrich's evil doing, but he did too. Maybe if you hadn't encouraged him, someone else would have. Or maybe he didn't even need any help. You can't know.
It is hard to imagine that he would have achieved his goals without me, but perhaps you are right. I cannot know. It is very easy to assign myself all of the blame because I can control my own actions.
Well, that's right. And you can't control Heinrich's actions.
See how the student becomes the master? Yes, you are correct. I could not control Heinrich, but I did help him.
So your artist posted the design last night. You said you love it. And you said special price. You guys could okay. Instant discount makes me a little suspicious. But I guess if you're okay with it, then hey, go to town.
It was at this time that I offered Heinrich the chance to dedicate his immortal soul to his dark work by taking it from him. The supreme, delicious irony of welcoming a hateful man of the church into eternal darkness was too tempting for me. Of course he took my offer. He was all too eager to devote eternity to his hateful work. And just because I thought it would be funny, I told him we needed to have homosexual sex in order for the dark ritual to work.
Well, as you do.
He was so eager to abandon his beliefs to indulge his hatred.
Gives you special prize because you're a repeat client. Okay, all right. Well, if you've got a good relationship going there, then hey, don't mind me.
Jeez, Chief, you really ain't too picky about who you're getting intimate with.
You are such a sweet blood, Samuel. Sex need not always be about intimacy. In this case, it was the cruel irony that gave me satisfaction. Heinrich took to unlife well. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his great book, the Malleus Maleficarum.
There we are.
Oh, you mentioned that before. Well, what was in this book?
Here, take a look. I have an old copy. This is a manual of sorts on how to identify, persecute, and kill witches. It was a work of dark fantasy garbage, unworthy of any respect.
Jeez, Andy. I feel like you ought to burn this thing. Smells like brimstone and bad news.
You think that's because you made him banana bread once? If banana bread gets you discounts, that's no bad thing.
No, Samuel. If the past does not teach us, we will be doomed to repeat it. I kept it to remind me of just how far I had once fallen. I gave him the brilliant idea of attaching Pope Innocent's papal bull to this work in order to give it legitimacy. We also fabricated an endorsement from the University of Cologne. Fact-checking was so slow back then that it would take decades to challenge the legitimacy of such an endorsement.
Sounds like an election debate.
You see, my friend, mortals are eager to follow instructions. Church authorities were all too willing to enforce these rules.
Feels like there's some mind reading going on there, but we don't have that.
And so Heinrich became a superstar influencer. His works spread across Europe, and witchcraft, once a superstitious joke, became a very real problem to the public. This climate of persecution spread throughout the Holy Roman Empire and would later fuel witch hunts even in your own country.
Yeah, although we remember, as anyone who's been to Salem will know, they were not burned. Witches were hanged. They were only burned in Eastern Europe.
But even this systemic persecution was not enough to sustain me. Acceptance of radical ideas has a way of normalizing the radical, and I soon became bored of Heinrich.
Wait, you helped make a witch hunting manual popular throughout Europe, and then you got bored?
A troll requires fuel to feel they matter. If a troll ceases to be radical to others, they are beings without purpose.
And that's why I like being on Blue Sky. The trolls get nuclear blocked and you just don't see them.
I told Heinrich as much when I dumped him. I said that he bored me. He was a mere tool to be used.
Oh, dang, Chief. You didn't think much of Heinrich after all, did you?
Many spoke of mortals as insects. I felt much the same way. When you are more than 1,000 years old, it is easy to fall into such thought patterns. Legitimizing witchcraft was a significant accomplishment, to be sure, but its fulfillment left me feeling empty. When the clerical authorities began persecuting witches on their own, I felt rather left out. I wanted their persecution to happen because of me.
Okay, the vocal quality changed a little bit there. Maybe that was well, there's not ADR if it's all recorded for the video game anyway. But anyways.
But Andy, the actions of others weren't just because of you. They got that dirty old manual you held right, but it was up to them to decide to listen to it.
You speak truly, my friend. I wish you had been around back then to speak with me. The existential angst of a very old vampire is hard to communicate. I just wanted to feel that I mattered somehow. By 1492, I had to go somewhere where I feel more effective as an agent of chaos.
Did you cross the ocean blue?
And there was no better place to go than Spain, specifically Granada.
Okay, close.
Well, why Spain?
The Inquisition. The Inquisition. What a show.
Spain in 1492 was a mess. For more than 260 years, Granada had been a center of learning. The Muslim Nasrid dynasty ruled, but Jews and Christians were allowed to practice their religion and even rose to high positions in society.
Oh, so is he also responsible for the Reconquista?
But when Ferdinand and Isabel of Castile arrived with the Spanish Inquisition, it was incompatible with the harmony that defined Granada.
Yeah, there we go.
I smelled blood, for lack of a more apt phrase. My instincts were correct. I arrived in Granada in April. Though the stones were still stained red, its conquerors were hungrier for blood than I was. Ferdinand and Isabella had just sanctioned Christopher Columbus's trip westward in search of treasures to fund their conquests.
Hey, I know this one. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
I have heard this poem as well, but it did something quite terrible. Do you know what it is?
It rhymed not in hot. I don't remember that being in the poem. Columbus did discover America. He discovered the Americas. He did not discover the land that would later be called the United States of America. I think he discovered that he landed in the Caribbean and then landed in the where the Taino people were, and then made them go, basically enslaved them and made them go look for gold that wasn't there. So yeah, the natives of Columbus definitely were not buds.
I'm pretty sure the Native Americans and Columbus weren't pals.
Indeed, Columbus brought several of them back to Spain as slaves. I doubt the few that survived were fans of his. The journey of Columbus was not a noble journey. but a savvy and cruel move by Ferdinand and Isabella to solidify their tenuous position as rulers of a unified Catholic Spain. If I could find my way into their court, I could commit such devilry. It would not be easy for a dark-skinned demon like me to worm myself into their graces, but I found a way.
Well, let me guess. You seduced Ferdinand, or Isabella.
Samuel, I am hurt. You think I just fucked my way through history, don't you?
I mean, we're getting plenty of those stories.
Oh, shucks, Chief. I didn't mean nothing by it. I just saw a running theme and thought...
Well, you were right. I seduced Isabella of Castile's chief advisor.
Hey, there we go.
They called her La Latina. What a woman. Here, I have a painting of her. Her name was Beatriz Galindo. She was one of the most learned mortals I have ever met, if not the most. This painting does not capture her essence well, but she was also devilishly attractive. There is nothing sexier than an inquiring mind, and Beatriz, she was one of the sexiest women I have ever known.
You sound a little smitten there, Chief. Better not let Crimson hear.
She knows about Beatriz. Not everything, of course. She doesn't need to hear the most intimate details. But, seeing as you are acting in the capacity of my therapist, I can tell you, yes?
Try not to wince too hard, Sam, okay?
She used to do this one thing with her finger.
You know, I ain't a Puritan. I just think all this stuff should maybe be done behind closed doors.
The doors are closed, Sam.
I'm sorry, my dear. I don't wish to go too far, but I will still unburden myself. I believe I did Beatriz great harm. She was newly married when I met her in Granada. Her husband was a man named Francisco Ramirez de Madrid. As his name implies, he was of Madrid, meaning that his lovely wife was often left alone in Granada. It took me an entire month to get her into bed. Perhaps the longest courtship of my entire on life.
Wow, a whole month. What would that be like?
Shucks, for an immortal being, you don't take your time much, do you?
I don't usually have to try. But Beatriz was a woman of principle. She was not ready to cheat on her husband or her holy vows. She did not share her body with me immediately, but in her mind, the deed had been done 1,000 times already from the first day we met.
Okay, mind reading again.
I knew her by reputation before I met her, and I knew the way into her underclothes. It was through Latin. Other than myself, she was perhaps the global authority on Latin, largely an unspoken language at the time. I quoted Virgil to her, the story of my old nemesis, Enos.
You mean Aeneas, right?
What did I say?
You definitely said anus.
Oh, my mistake. Anyway, I knew I would be her match in Latin, so I told her, Nunc scio quid sit amor. Now I know what love is. She admonished me for my forwardness, but did so with a smile that she could not hide from me. With her husband in Madrid, I spent the warm Spanish evenings with her, drinking her blood and sharing thoughts of terrifying intimacy.
You want to make a meal, by meal you mean meal, capital M. Case between chili con carne or chicken and dumplings. Like for a meal, I think dumplings would be more substantial, but it also depends like what you have. Like, do you have like some carbs to go with the chili con carne, or maybe throw in some veggies with the chicken and dumplings? I don't know. Were I in your shoes, I would lean toward chicken and dumplings, but I'm just working with the information we have right now.
Meaning you got up to a lot of kinky stuff.
Oh, the kinkiest. We probed each other so deeply. Do you know what we did?
No? Does Sam also want to? Probably also no. You have to go shopping. Okay, well, there you go.
Well, I can guess.
We discussed Aristotle.
Oh, okay, maybe I can't guess.
You cannot know true intimacy until you have delved deeply into Aristotelian logic, biology, and virtues with another. But Samuel, I used her. Even with the bond we formed, a bond that few couples on this earth could ever achieve, I used her.
When you make chili as carb-free. Okay.
Through her influence, I was able to embed myself into the Spanish court. I introduced Ferdinand and Isabella to the Malleus Maleficarum. They adored it, of course. They loved blood as much as I did.
So you were feeding poison to a couple of already rabid dogs?
Yes, It inspired their brutal actions against the conquered Muslims and Jews, which delighted me in this foolish troll era of mine. After evenings discussing mystic ancient virtues with Beatrice, this was a great betrayal. I deserved to suffer for helping Heinrich, and I deserved to suffer for using Beatrice.
Okay, I think that's a fairness fallacy there, but we didn't include that.
I think she was trying to save me through our conversation, Samuel. I might have charmed her with my voice and my words, but she knew who I was.
Okay, so TX says chili. I went chicken and dumplings, so that's 1 vote each. So, let's say Andrea wants to jump in. I would say you can do whichever you like, Goofy.
Have you read much about Aristotelian ethics?
We didn't discuss a lot of Aristotle out on the range.
I think he will not be so alien to you. He described a concept known as the virtuous mean. It is not so different from the middle path we speak of so often. Between purposelessness and overambition, there is fair ambition. Between shyness and shamelessness, there is modesty.
And between too hot and too cold, there is just right.
Reminds me a lot of Isabella d'Este and Dr. Drain.
Exactly. We cannot sustain being individuals of pure vice or pure virtue. There is no peace in such ambition. But I could not hear her wisdom. I was 2,500 years old. Who was immortal to talk to me about ethics and virtue?
That sounds like always being right.
I reckon you know now you were being always right. Mortals have got a heck of a lot to teach us. It sounds like Beatrice had a real good head on her shoulders, like them transcendentalists I was lucky enough to get to know. I think mortals are better at asking themselves immortal questions than we are.
You are right about that. It seems that we immortals are excellent at delaying those questions, sometimes for millennia. Even at 3,000, I am certainly not always right, as you have proven to me several times over.
Oh, shucks.
Shall we skip the part where you disqualify the positive, my dear?
All right, just this once.
Got him.
It is simply difficult to reconcile my disappointment with myself, Samuel. That I helped the evil and used the virtuous. Once I had helped to fuel the bloody ambitions of Ferdinand and Isabella, I abandoned Beatrice. It is a dark thing indeed to live to be a troll. There is no fulfillment in such a life, only pain.
I'm gonna screenshot that real quick and keep that handy for any future interactions online.
A troll such as I was is a societal toxin. We break down the social contract and reduce humanity to a bestial state.
That's a big shout.
I think you're giving trolls a little too much credit there. I had this conversation with Dr. Drain once, where we talked about how a vampire is a vampire. Oh, well, a troll is a troll. They don't control the fate of the universe. A troll's got the power to be a nuisance, but it's up to everyone else to play along with them. From my perspective, a troll is a pretty damn weak person.
Yes, you are correct. I was weak. I give myself both too much credit and too much blame. Quite a human paradox, is it not?
You got TikTok back. Okay, congratulations and/or I'm sorry?
You're still human, Chief.
Alas, I believe I was a far more successful troll than I have been a sincere human being. I used Heinrich and Beatrice more effectively than I have ever helped kindly vampires.
Andy, you're disqualifying the positive again. Whatever troll you were in the past, comparing him to the Andy of today is as useful as milking a bull. Well, actually, it might make the bull happy, but we ain't gonna talk about that. Point is, if we're talking about the good you do now, what do your troll days have to do with anything?
It's a congrats. Okay, if you say so.
You're being a real Count Gloomula if you're taking something good and ruining it for no reason.
Count Gloomula? I know of no such man.
I made him up, but he's just who you're being when you're knocking yourself down.
You are correct, Samuel. May that Andromachos remain buried. I will not forget him, but not so that I might torture myself, but to remember how far I have come. I must say, I am feeling much less burdened having spoken with you, my friend. I feel as though I am in bat form already, with the wind beneath my wings.
I'm glad to hear that, Andy. I don't want you weighed down.
Would you like to go out for a night fly with me, my friend?
That sounds like a mighty fine idea.
Then let us go. The moon is high and the night awaits.
Oh, that's a lovely little scene. Fathoms Below coming soon. Coming right now, in fact. So Andromachos, basically, led to the downfall of Troy and eventually the fall of the Roman Empire. Basically seeded the witch trials of the 15th century and the bloody Spanish conquests and the Reconquista. So, I don't know what else is he responsible for. I guess if you're 3,000 years old and ambitious, probably get up to quite a lot. Let's find out. Okay. Yep. We got all that. But we have done the vampire therapist main story and pretty much everything else.
Hey, Andy, you ready for our therapy sesh, partner? Hey there, you ain't Andy. Panoptabella, what are you doing here?
I was looking for the bathroom.
Not in here.
Well, this ain't the bathroom.
I can see that. I'll go then.
Hey, Chief, what's going on?
Panoptabella and I were simply having an exchange.
An exchange of what?
Samuel, my dear, you do not need to know everything. It is not my business to share. We are here for my therapy session, are we not?
Yeah, that's right. How are you doing, boss?
In truth, I feel much improved, my friend. I believe unburdening myself to you has been most helpful.
Well, good.
My lightening of spirit comes with its own distortions, however. Which would you like to focus on tonight?
Okay, we're still rocking and disqualifying the positive. So what have we been using a lot? Well, lots of control fallacy, definitely. Nosferatu thinking, sure. There hasn't been a lot of should statements. Maybe we can let that go. There has been some mind reading going on. We can pop that in there. And always right. Always right has come up a few times.
I think I've got what I need to handle an ancient vampire. Go on, Chief. What's been on your mind?
The last century has been a bit isolating. Other elder vampires think themselves above self-improvement, so we have little to speak of.
Well, I guess that ain't no surprise. New ways of thinking don't usually come out of retirement communities.
Indeed. We elderly often prefer to sing praises to old glories, but there is no glory in my past, only death.
No glory in your... Okay, that's either disqualifying the positive or Nosferatu thinking. No glory in your past? No, that's not.
I want to stop you there, Chief. There is no glory in my past, only death. You're 3,000 years old. Can you really say you got nothing to be proud of in that time?
I am not proud to be an effective killer, my friend.
I just have trouble believing all you did was kill and sleep for 3,000 years.
That is fair. I have met many fascinating people and seen many forgotten wonders.
And helped many people. You just said so during our first session.
See, there you go. Don't go tossing out the blood with the blood bag.
You are correct. Against my own wisdom, I hope to erase the parts of my unlife that bring me shame.
Well, it's like you told me. Everyone's got cognitive distortions, and we ain't ever gonna get over them.
Too true. I must accept the evil so that I can appreciate the good. I confess I often wish to give myself a pass, because in hindsight my evil was so pointless. Have you ever heard the phrase, the banality of evil?
Oh, no, but I can guess what it means.
Evil is boring, evil is pathetic, or evil is dumb. I mean, you can make an argument for all that, but I'm pretty sure we're going to go with evil is boring. It's banal.
It just means evil is boring. It's like you said, there ain't no glory in being a bastard. It's just tired and petty.
It is true that people often commit acts of evil in order to be seen and validated, and yes, it is petty, but it does not speak to the banality of evil. Historian Hannah Arendt coined this phrase to describe the actions of some Nazi leaders. In Western tradition, when we think of evil, we imagine powerful creatures of darkness intent on hurting others. Even in this understanding, evil has no ideology. It is, as you say, dumb. And when we perceive evil as dumb, it is tempting to simply dismiss it. If I live in a life that is no longer evil, it does not feel right to be judged by the centuries I spent in dumbness.
Okay, fairness fallacy there.
Indeed, it was the realization of the banality of evil that made me question it.
Well, how's that?
Well, you and I know what effective killers we are. There is no mortal that would dare stand against us. We are physically superhuman. But are we truly greater beings than mortals? How many people do you think I have killed, Samuel?
Well, you being 3,000 years old and all, I bet you've killed...
At least 5. Well, okay, are we talking like direct hand to hand, or is this, are we talking like the indirect effects, like the like inspiring the Reconquista, Spanish imperialism, you know, the fall of Troy and the eventual collapse of the Roman Empire? How much are we taking credit for here?
You must have killed a few thousand mortals.
No, my friend. Even if I had sought to be a more ethical vampire, I have lived for more than 1 million nights. I have killed far more than a few thousand mortals. The truth is, I have no idea how many people I have killed. I was certain, however, that I was the dominant force of death in the world.
Really? Not heart disease, not cholera? You?
But in the 20th century, humanity showed me that I was far from superhuman. If I thought I was detached from the value of life, World War I showed me I was not special in this.
Oh, yeah. I kind of missed both of the world wars. I was busy walking at that time.
They were terrible, Samuel. Mass death events have happened before. The Napoleonic Wars, the Taiping Rebellion, and even older wars killed millions. But the industrialization of war turned corpses into mere numbers. Humanity could kill its enemies without ever seeing their faces. I was there on the Western Front. I saw mortars and mustard gas used indiscriminately, men ripped to unidentifiable shreds.
Were we on a side, or were you just kind of hanging out?
Day after day, month after month, the bodies filled mass graves, each death contributing to no ultimate goal. Back then, I was a creature who saw death as glorious. I thought that mortals were food, owed to me because I was greater than they.
Labeling mortals or food? I'm not sure.
This casual mass murder showed me that I was not above my humanity. Murder was humanity. I'm afraid, Samuel, that I quite lost my appetite for blood. I did not think such a thing was possible for a vampire.
Dang, you must have been pretty depressed.
You could say that. I was disgusted. With myself. With humanity. Certainly with my own humanity. One night, standing on a North Sea beach, utterly lost, I walked into the sea.
Okay, so can vampires swim? Well, Andromachos is here, so they must be able to, exist underwater.
Water filled my lungs, but I did not die. I kept walking into the cold gloom to whatever fate would befall me.
What were you thinking in that moment?
I was not. Without a purpose, all I had was walking. That was all that mattered.
That actually does make a lot of sense, I reckon. I did much the same thing.
I thought you would understand. Yes, I did not walk for a purpose. Perhaps I was walking to find a purpose.
So, what happened?
The light of moon and sun faded away. I saw things in the darkness. Flashes of nightmares, giant eyes peering at me in the gloom. I felt the heat of volcanic plumes. Saw explosions of strange life in the corpses of dead whales. Predators like myself abound in the deep places of the world. These ghosts in the darkness consumed one another, horrors feeding upon horrors.
And none of them came after you? Seems odd, but all right.
As I walked further still, I came upon the wreckage of a great ship, littered with material reminders of the mortals who once walked its decks.
Oh, is it the Titanic? He says in the North Sea. He had to walk quite a way if it would have been the Titanic.
I will never forget the experience of seeing this symbol of humanity's power over nature decaying in the abyss. I had to sketch the great ship as soon as I could. It was named the Titanic.
Oh, there we go. It was the Titanic. Wait, the North... Did the Titanic go... Well, he started in the North Sea. Maybe he just kept walking for a long ways.
The Titanic? I remember that story. John Muir would say it was a symbol of man's hubris. He could be a grumpy old cuss sometimes.
I saw it more as a symbol of nature's ignorance of humanity's hubris. The creatures of the cold deep paid it no mind, ignorant of the death all around them, for there were no bodies to speak of. I think it was then that I finally understood. Death, as a state of nature, has no meaning.
A bit of a double clutch there. Oh, Titanic 1920.
Death only has whatever meaning we give it, and my death had none.
Okay, yeah, Nosferatu thing, black and white.
You know, I'm pretty sure Eddie Keane said exactly the same thing.
I do not deny it. Edmund was in some ways correct. If we do not give our unlives meaning, do they have meaning?
That's still Nosferatu thinking and disqualifying the positive. You ain't the only one that gets to define the meaning of life and death. Death doesn't erase the memory of a person, just the body.
I suppose one could say their hearts will go on.
Oh. Andromachos, you didn't.
I hope you ain't gonna sing it.
Don't worry, my friend. I think we all heard that song a little too much. But you are right. I was so sure I understood death, but I was only beginning to understand mortality.
I get it. There's a reason we're in the same business, I reckon.
Your reckoning is well perceived, and I am grateful that I had my own reckoning. As I watched the creatures of the deep swimming among the wreckage of the great ship, I realized how small my life truly was. I had wondered for many centuries what it would be like to venture into space. Into the great ocean, that need was satisfied.
Ooh, vampires in space, though? Now there's a sequel.
For once, I felt small, powerless, a small spark of life in the void. All my unlife was a primal scream. I am here, I matter. But I finally understood that I could never be heard.
Okay, I think that's a control fallacy, specifically assuming no control where you actually do have some.
I think I get what you're saying, Andy. The deep woods gave me the same experience of feeling small and insignificant. But we can't help but matter, and it's a control fallacy to say we don't. Maybe we don't get heard in the same way we want to be heard, but that we can't control. But the sea knew you were there, just like the woods knew I was there.
I must admit, Samuel, I am a bit envious of your wisdom at such a young age.
Oh, shucks, I ain't wise. I'm just too much of a fool to know I shouldn't assume too much.
Come now, Samuel, this is my session. You can disqualify the positive later.
Fair enough.
I will say it was a terrifying experience, but one that I am unendingly grateful for. And it was more achievable than going to space.
Well, in 1920, sure.
Vampires in space. I guess there's no real reason why we shouldn't go out there. We got time for long travel. Maybe we should take a trip to Mars sometime.
Martian vampires? It's a little silly, Samuel.
Take me to your bleeder.
Oh, Samuel, that was truly terrible. And I adore you for it. Perhaps the day will come when we do visit Mars. But I am content to stay here. There is much to discover about our existence on Earth.
Exactly. I'm not going to Mars until there's a Taco Bell there. And you should do the same.
After this dark journey, I walked back across the Atlantic, sustained with fish blood and a new will to understand myself. My timing could not have been better, because a new form of science was just coming into prominence. Psychology, the study of the self.
Well, when was this?
Around 1920. I was not the only human being to question humanity's choices after the Great War.
Oh, yeah, so he would have had to, get to dry land before doing the sketch.
Indeed, if humanity did not question itself after such horrors, this would be a condemned world.
That's another if then.
You've been around a long time, right? You've seen oppression and violence like I couldn't imagine.
Talk about some... No, I just said, all I was saying, TX, is that I will not consider going to Mars until there is a Taco Bell there. Which is a roundabout way of saying it's not going to I'm not going now, not going anytime soon. I am not one of these people eager to make a one-way trip just to die on a different planet.
But somehow every time folks get knocked down, they dust themselves off again.
I mean, if other folks want to make that one-way trip and, live the neo-libertarian, you know, company planet lifestyle, hey, go for it.
I think you're doing a little catastrophizing, boss. Humanity ain't gonna die out so easily.
Perhaps not. I believe the mortals are even more stubborn than we are. The fear of death makes them cling to life.
It's too bad everyone can't just become vampires. It'd solve a lot of problems.
Where'd you get your blood, though?
I think we have enough work on our hands already, my friend. But where was I? Oh, yes. It was my questioning of the self that brought me to this place. Psychology was born right here in Leipzig.
No shit.
None at all, my friend. A man named Wilhelm Wundt lived just on the street. He developed a method where we describe our own thoughts and sensations.
Wilhelm Wundt. Probably a more German name you will not find.
Well, that sounds mighty familiar.
Yes, the hints of cognitive distortions were present already. I read his works voraciously. I was obsessed with the study of the self. I became interested in my own feelings. Why did I rage for so long? What did it feel like physically? And I realized that my prevailing feeling was always fear. Like Edmund, I was a coward. Oh dear, the similarities are piling up.
Labeling.
Why was I not interested in myself for nearly 3,000 years? I should have shed my ignorance long before.
And should statement.
But I did develop an obsession with knowing myself, and it took me to some very awkward places.
All right, Chief, I'm ready. I ain't afraid of sex, so you can talk to me.
Yeah, that's a lie.
I suppose it was about sex.
Here we go.
This is when I began my studies with Sigmund Freud. I spent much time with him. He shared this obsession with understanding the self. We analyzed each other, which helped us to analyze ourselves. We hid nothing. We knew that we would understand the truth if we laid it bare.
If we laid it bare, could be always right, or a control fallacy.
That's a heck of an assumption. Sigmund and Andy were smart fellas, but they weren't gods.
We hid nothing.
Well, it sounds pretty nice, I gotta say, but what if that certainty that you were right made you see the truth differently?
Excellent observation, Samuel. I am impressed. Yes, our scientific method would have broken Dr. Drain's heart. The bearing of truth in this case was difficult. I horrified him, I believe.
But do you know that?
Andy, you can't know what Sigmund Freud was thinking. I know you've done some blood-curdling stuff like I have. If he didn't tell you he was horrified, it's only your guessing.
I know this is true logically, but I believe we both opened certain boxes that did not need opening.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Take a look at this picture. What is your impression of this woman?
Well-dressed, got a handbag, wearing dark colors, maybe, well, doesn't exactly look to be in mourning. Stern, good taste in hats, wish she was my mother. I mean, she does have good taste in hats, that's not wrong.
Well, she looks kind of stern, I guess.
She was certainly a very strong woman by all accounts. Mighty, like Isabella d'Este. This woman was most beloved by Sigmund. She was his mother. He would show me this very picture and say, Andromachos, if she were your mother, you would want to fuck her too.
I don't use this phrase often for obvious reasons, but what in the Sam hell?
He could not imagine why anyone else would feel differently. Of course, I overshared with him as well.
Of course?
I do not think my recounting of the convent of San Sisto orgy of 1417 helped us to gain a greater sense of self-awareness. Though I always found it humorously ironic the way the nuns still cried out to God.
Boy, you really like a little novelty in the bedroom, don't you?
Oh, Samuel, you are such a millennial.
I'm way too old to be a millennial, Andy.
I mean to say that you were born in the last millennium. You will understand when you are over 1,000 years old.
You know, you're not my daddy.
No, I am not, though perhaps I joke like one. But Sigmund, had made a grave mistake in our explorations of the self, and in doing so, cast doubt on the truly groundbreaking work we did.
Made a grave mistake and cast doubt on the truly not sure what that one would be. Catastrophizing? Yeah, maybe catastrophizing.
He eventually died, as mortals do, but my lust for understanding the self was not quenched. I became interested in the philosophy of those of my lifetime, and the philosophy of the modern era. It was like charting a map through humanity. It was invigorating. I felt alive. This feeling showed me that I was on the right path.
Personalization, or maybe maybe emotional reasoning. Yeah, felt alive. So maybe so you're taking that feeling and then universalizing it.
The thinkers whose works I read all had the same obsession I did. They wanted to unlock the formula of humanity. That was my true aim as well. I thought that my immortality made me the ideal student of the self. I had time to question and explore, but I did not account for the fact that the act of questioning made me grow and change myself. I am no longer the man I was yesterday, and tomorrow I shall be someone new. I have become aware of ways in which I could be more mindful, more kind, more fashionable even.
More fashionable than this? My God.
I chased the truth, Samuel, and I chased the good. It is a shame that I can only chase them, never catch them.
No, it's... Yeah, okay, yeah, so... Is it you can only chase them never... Well, no, not that. Could be... Yeah, is it you never?
Well, Andy ain't wrong, but the journey still matters, even if we don't reach our destination.
Okay.
You ain't ever gonna be perfect, Chief. Neither am I. You're right. The more aware we are, the more them goalposts are gonna keep moving. We can always be better. But I think you're disqualifying the positive of being good enough. You're trying, Andy, every day. I think that's the battle won right there. You ain't gonna slip now. 4,000-year-old Andy is gonna be a force of good to be reckoned with.
I know. It reminds me of a pearl of wisdom Marcus Aurelius gave me that I could not yet understand.
Old Marky.
He said, "Waste no time in arguing what a good person should be. Be one." I take these words to heart now, but it is hard to not have deep regrets.
I think you know how to address them regrets there, Andy.
Are you going to do the horse thing? I would prefer you didn't.
No, I ain't gonna do the horse thing.
I am relieved. But yes, you know what I need, and I gratefully accept it.
Andy, let's accept all the dark deeds you done. Let's accept that it took you a long time to change. Ain't no getting around that. It's time to show a little compassion. You're doing your best. You're a better person for all the work you done. You, my friend, are good enough.
Good enough. I suppose I am.
Yeah. So take the message of the Barbie movie. You are Kenough.
Would you like a hug there, boss?
I would love a hug, my friend.
Hello? Oh, okay. We don't even get a shot of them hugging. Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, there we go. That's Vampire Therapist. So there's the intermediate Andromachos stories and the couples therapy DLC. Well, I know I got a little annoyed at the writing of Momo, but my annoyance of that aside, again, it's still really solid game. You can tell a lot. They put a lot of time and effort into research and the cognitive behavioral therapy, as well as like the philosophy, the science, and just a lot of the discussions around what Sam is going through. It's really impressive, and for And the Cyrus Namati, this is his first game. He's a voice actor. He does other things too, but yeah, for a first effort, this is really impressive. You still haven't seen what, Andrea? But yeah, it's a really fun game. Strong recommend. I don't know if it's on sale. I can check real quick. But yeah, Cyrus Navati and the Little Bat Games, very impressive. It is not on sale. Although you can get the base game and the couples therapy for a 10% off bundle on Steam, if you are so inclined. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this. I'm not sure if they're going to do more, but if they don't, I would be eager to see what old Cyrus and Little Bat Games come out with next. Because they got some shops. And if Johanna wants to make another appearance, I wouldn't be upset about that either. But it is also past 1 a.m. This is our usual time. So we'll call it here. Oh, Barbie, right? Yeah. I feel reasonably certain that's probably gonna be on the one of the in-flight movies options. I feel. Hey, Lupin, good to see you, and thank you so much for the contribution to the 12 Hours of Trooper challenge. Yeah, we are still raising funds for it, and by funds I mean channel points. Yeah, we have 11 days left. I will probably extend that. Yeah, we got 84,000 of the 120,000 we need, so we're more than 2/3 of the way there. But yeah, so let me fire up the old Twitch machine here. Let's find someone to raid. Let's see. Am I the only person on Twitch playing Vampire Therapist? I believe I am. Wouldn't be the first time. Yep. I am the only one. Yeah, that happens every so often. And honestly, I'm kind of proud of that. Okay, let's see. Who is out there? See, Kimmy's still going. Sick of Antics is playing through Darkwood. Boy, sticks. Little horrifying show there. Really good, though. We got some of our Long Dark crew going. AV is doing another bonus stream. Maddie's actually doing something called Dating Simulator 2025. Boy, talk about horror. Dating in 2025. Ugh. Actually, you know what? I don't know that I've ever rated Maddie. Let's fix that. Yeah, we'll stick with the Valentine's Day theme here. Let's make sure she's, oh yeah, she's been going for like 20 minutes. Okay, perfect. All right, so folks, we are going to go raid Maddie Lyon, part of our Long Dark community. She's a variety streamer too, does a whole bunch of different games as well. So if you can't please stick around for the raid, show Maddie some love. And yeah, well, there will be streams Saturday and Sunday. What are we going to play? I don't know, but let's come around and find out. So thanks again for all of you for hanging out. Appreciate y'all being here. Goofy, Andrea, TX, Lupin. And we'll see you next time. Bye for now.